me permission to record. So everybody see that? You have something that pops up. So I'll tell you in just a second what we do with this recording. But in the meantime, let's kind of get ourselves started, get ourselves introduced. I always like to make sure that we are in the right place. We are in 302, Contracts and Closings, Post-Licensing class. And a couple introductions. This first introduction really doesn't need any introduction. Y'all know Lane. You've had some kind of communication or contact with Lane. Isn't she amazing? Lane is just absolutely incredible. She's a great resource for me. I can say that. You guys have the email from Lane, so I know you had to get in touch with her. If you need her phone number, here it is. Lane does everything with the school. So any questions about classes or scheduling or anything like that, you can get with Lane. She can help you. The other big introduction then is me. And I'm going to be with you guys for the next couple weeks. I do encourage you to jot down my phone number and my email. I always encourage you guys to reach out and let me know if you have any questions. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. I'm not a mind reader. So if you're struggling with anything, I don't know unless you come to me. Maybe at this point you're thinking, no, I don't need her. I don't think it hurts to jot it down. And that way you have it. I know my email's long, but if you look at it, it makes sense. Because who am I? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So if that helps, a little bit easier to text and email or best, whatever. Again, never ever hesitate. We're going to talk about some tools and resources. I should be on the resource list. Absolutely utilize me in our time together. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission gives us an attendance requirement. They say we got to be here 90% of the time. In a 30-hour class, that means the max you can miss is 3 hours. So if you log in late, if you log out early, if you come back from break late, it all adds up. And if that time goes over 3 hours, then you're not eligible for this exam. You just need to reach out to Lane and get it another 302 class. You have to start over. So 3 hours is the most we can miss. And with this class, I've mentioned exam. You guys know you have to pass this test. This post-licensing class is a little bit different. It's 40 questions, but you get 3 hours. And the reason you get 3 hours is because of the math, because of the closing disclosure. Now, you guys saw the schedule. We're going to look at it again. We know our final exam is 2 weeks, Saturday morning. So we're going to do night classes together and then take our exam on Saturday morning. We'll look at that schedule again. I need you guys to have a basic calculator so we can do this math for our exam. They call it a 10-key calculator. There's no formulas, there's no storage. I can't let you use your phones on the exam because your phone has Google. So if you still have your calculator from pre, go ahead and pull that out this evening or tomorrow. We're going to start math we may start talking about it tonight, but we're going to pick our calculators up tomorrow. Passing is 75%. If for whatever reason you don't make 75%, that's okay. We offer a free second chance. How many times in life do you get that? So we'll offer you a free second chance. We'll spend some one-on-one time and we will get you through it. By the way, anytime we're small enough, so anytime you guys have questions or comments, feel free to unmute, put in chat, whatever you are most comfortable with. Has everybody taken a Zoom class before? Zoom class online, head bobs? Okay, perfect. I think we can all agree one of the more challenging things about an online Zoom class are distractions. We're at home and there's a lot going on at home. Yes, you guys have family, you have kids, you have pets, right? You have things going on. I'm telling you guys, what hurts the most in Zoom, you guys the most, is when you allow yourself to be distracted. Turn the TV off, turn the radio off, shut down all the other browsers on your device, put your phone in the other room if you have to, but try to eliminate distractions. We're only together 6 times. We can get through it. And I have to say this because this is the voice of experience. I know it's a night class, and I know that we are all comfortable at home. With that being said, I'd like to ask you guys to refrain from your after dinner cocktails until after class. Gwen's laughing. True story. Y'all don't drink during class, please. I get it. We're at home. I understand. Wait till after class. Wait till we're done at 9:45. So eliminate your distractions. Do what you got to do to be focused so we can get you through this. Speaking of distractions, as mentioned earlier, one of the biggest distractions out there is this NAR thing. I don't know if y'all have been following this settlement or not. It's kind of taken over our lives the last couple months or however long. This is what I need us to understand. The NAR thing has nothing to do with the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. We're here post-licensing 302 because of the Real Estate Commission. Your exam is from the Real Estate Commission, not from the National Association of Realtors. So let's all agree, let's all be on the same page that this NAR thing, the settlement, is a distraction right now. We're focusing on with the Real Estate Commission. And guys, no law or rule has changed because of this NAR thing. We've seen form updates, but laws and rules haven't changed. If you're not familiar what's going on with the NAR settlement, or you're not know what I'm talking about, I encourage you to get the facts. There's so much misinformation out there. It's sad how much misinformation is out there. So I encourage you to get the facts from NAR's website. But let's not worry about that until after we're done with this class. The other thing, Zach, I know you're in Georgia. Have you experience in Georgia? Do you even have a license in Georgia? No, you're just physically located in Georgia.
Yes,
Perfect.
ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. Sometimes we have students from other states coming into North Carolina. So they're active licensees in other states. I don't know if that applies to any of you or not, but if it does, I need us just to focus on North Carolina. That's all we care about in this class. That's all we care about in this book. It's really been bad the last couple of years. I got students from Nevada showing up talking about, well, this is how we do things in Nevada. Y'all want to know the truth? I don't care. We care about North Carolina. So I need to keep us here. Leave all of your other state experience in that other state. You're just distracting and confusing your peers. So everybody good with that? Just North Carolina. That's all we're going to worry about here. Post-licensing, I'd like to hear from you guys. Some of you have experience. I know we haven't had closings, but some of you have experience. You've worked with buyers and sellers. So as we go through the contract to closing process, feel free to chime in. Feel free to offer your stories and your experiences. Feel free to ask questions, either in the chat or unmute. Know this, we have a certain level of material to cover, so I reserve the right to keep us on track. If these conversations start getting derailed, I'm going to bring us back so we can make sure that we cover everything. But I do want to hear from you guys. Everybody have a manual? Okay, good. You may or may not know, but you could also get this manual, an ebook, if you will, an e-subscription. Now, I know you have the hard book in your hand right now, but every 2 or so years when they update the manual, they also offer the ebook. When it's time to update, consider the ebook. And the big 2 reasons why. The ebook is half the cost of the hard book. The ebook is only $25. It's a good source. I mean, it's the real estate manual. It answers the question, what would the North Carolina Real Estate Commission say about this? The other thing I like a lot about the ebook, if something changes, they can update the ebook. They only update the hard book every couple years. So with the subscription, you're going to have always current information, current reference. And in our time together, we'll go out to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website. I'll introduce you to a few things, show you a couple resources that can help you guys in your career. You know, in pre and post licensing, we tend to give you guys fish, but before we leave each other, I want to teach you how to fish. Because once you're out from under Lane and I, we need you to know where to have these resources. So we'll go through that eventually in our time together. Did everybody, well, I know you received the email from Lane because you're here, you got my Zoom link, but did everybody read it? Some head bobs. A couple things here I just want to point out. There's registration and contract signature. Lane needs you to click on these links and do whatever they prompt you to do. If you haven't done that yet, please do so. Y'all, she can't submit you for completing this course without the registration and the contract. So if you haven't done that yet, go ahead and do that like tonight or tomorrow morning. Please don't try to do it now. I would consider that a distraction. If you're having problems, Sonia, reach out to Lane. Yep. So either try tomorrow or go straight to Lane. Yep. Thank you for sharing that. The online learning system, you guys got into this, access into this yet? There's a little tutorial of setting yourself up and then you can log in. We'll start looking at things in the online learning system this evening. I am going to have you guys, we're going to talk in just a bit, having you guys see if you can't print a document from the online learning system. If not, then we'll make arrangements to get you the printed document, but we're going to talk about that tonight. So I want to make sure you guys can access that. Class markers. Anybody taking an exam with Carolina School of Real Estate before? Several of you, I know. Yeah, so you guys are familiar with class marker. If it's been a while, or if you're new to us, I encourage you to watch this class marker tutorial because that's what we'll take our exam on. And it kind of goes through how you can navigate the system. You can bookmark a question. You can go back and forth. And then the last thing in this email from Lane is our time together. So we got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights for the next 2 weeks. And then Saturday, the 23rd at 9 a.m. is our final exam. More information and detail to come on that when we get closer to the end of next week. Go ahead and put these dates and times in your calendars so you know when to be here. We'll take a break about every hour-ish or so, give or take about 10 minutes, every hour-ish. You have the ability to check email, return text, whatever. I don't have time for a full-blown dinner break, but if you want to eat, I'm fine. Just kind of turn your head a bit so we don't see you eating. We don't see what you're eating. Cameras are fun. It's what y'all do. We all see it. Where you go in your house, we all go with you. So just be very, very aware of what's in your background, what's behind you. When we take breaks, we can turn our cameras off because we don't want to see what everybody does on break. So we'll be able to turn our cameras off, that kind of thing. Questions or comments so far? Setting up our expectations. The online learning system, once you're in, again, if you're not in, I encourage you to do so tonight after class or tomorrow before we come together. There's some good stuff in here broken down into sections. I don't go in this order that we have the online learning systems, but the titles are the same. The other thing I want to just kind of point out, we have our very own Julie folder. I know some of you like to have access to the PowerPoint so you don't have to write down every single word I say. So here it is, you guys. All of my PowerPoints right here. If you want to download them, if you want to print them, if you want to pull them up for reference, you have them here. And then a couple other things throughout this class that we'll talk about. So we have a Julie folder just for us. Another resource we have, I'm recording. And after class tonight, I'm going to create a YouTube channel just for us. And once I create that YouTube channel, I'll put tonight's class in it. And tomorrow I'll put tomorrow night's class and so on. So as we have classes, I'll build on our YouTube channel, especially when we get into that closing disclosure. You guys will have the ability to go back, review it, look at that math, go through at your own pace. So once I create that YouTube channel, if it doesn't, because it takes time to upload and do its thing. So if I don't get it tonight, I'll do it first thing in the morning. But the link to the YouTube channel will be in our Julie folder as well. And I'll show you guys that tomorrow night. But if you don't want to wait till tomorrow night, you can look tomorrow morning and find that link. So I'll put that in there. So again, that's the online learning system. All right. Awesome, Celeste. Thank you. The other thing I want to say, guys, this is a night class. How many of you just come from work? You've been at work all day long staring at a computer, and now you're going to sit here all night and stare at a computer, especially as we get later and later. Trust me, I've done these night classes before, and let me tell you guys something right now. The last hour is the hardest. If you feel your eyes are getting heavy, if you feel you need to get up, please feel free to do so. Don't go too far. Make sure you can still hear me. But if you need to get up and move, bless your heart. If you need to get up and move, if you need to get up and walk around to keep yourself awake, I'm all for it. Just stay nearby. Do what you got to do. Jumping jacks during break, whatever you got to do to keep yourself going till 9:45. Has anybody done a night class before? A couple of you. Yeah. So you know, stay with me. Jacked up on caffeine, whatever it is you need to do to get through this evening. All right. So why post licensing? Well, I know because the real estate commission says that you have to. But other than that, why else post licensing? The whole idea of post is to increase your competency, increase your skills. You guys learned a whole lot of basic stuff in pre. So now we're here in the real world or post licensing world, if you will, and we're going to dig a little deeper. We're going to learn a little bit more. Like I said, we're doing a full blown closing disclosure. We're going through the offer to purchase and contract, not quite word for word, but awfully close. So post licensing, you came in North Carolina, you came in on provisional status. And that provisional status is just an entry level status, which says you need more education. That more education is called post licensing. So as we said, chapters 10, 11, and 12. 10 is kind of our basic contract law, kind of a review on those terms. And before we get into 10, I'm going to stop sharing for just a second so we can all look at each other again. And I actually have, we'll call it a little game, because I just don't know what else to call it. Y'all may not think it's fun. But I'm getting you a link right now. So if you will pull your chats up. And in the chat, I'm putting a link. This is called Word Wall. And this is a matching game. So you're going to see some terms and you're going to see some definitions. First off, does everybody see the link? Is everybody in the link? Okay, so click on it. If that doesn't work, try copy and paste. That may work as well. And I'm going to give you guys about, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give you guys a few minutes to play our matching game on WordWall, and then we'll go through and talk about them. Let's say, how about we say when you guys are done, you let me know in the chat so I make sure that I've given everybody adequate time to look at it. So just let me know in the chat when you're done. You guys a couple more minutes. Just let me know when you're done. And then we'll look at all these together. All right. Are we close? Let's see here. Let's see what we got. So how'd you do overall? Thumbs up? Was it a good refresher? A lot of words came squealing back to you, right? Thumbs up? Good, 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 good. So let's go through these and then we'll officially get into chapter 10. But I think this is a good way to kind of warm up. When you see the word addenda, what I really want you to see is the word add. An addenda adds to and becomes part of the offer, and upon acceptance, the contract. We're going to look at some commonly used addenda in this class. That'll be next week when we look at our offer to purchase and contract. Valid agreement, we're going to talk a little bit more about, but for right now, let's just say a valid agreement has all the essential elements. It is legally binding in a court of law. We will talk more about that. Compare a valid agreement to a void agreement, valid versus void. The void agreement doesn't have all the essential elements. It can't be enforced. It's not going to stand up. We didn't have a legally binding contract, so it was void. Contracts are either valid or void. They're either good or they're not. More on that. Express versus implied, back over here on the left. An express agreement, the terms have been clearly stated. Now, this is where we get hung up with express. Maybe those terms were stated orally, maybe they were stated in writing. Doesn't matter. When we say something's express, what we're saying is that the terms have been clearly stated. Most of what we do in North Carolina, specifically with our contracts, requires us to put it in writing. Compare an express agreement to an implied agreement. An implied agreement is just demonstrated from the parties' actions. You just start acting like we have an agreement without discussing or stating the terms. If one rescinds their contract, they take it back. If they made any deposits, they'll get their money back. Once a contract's been rescinded, both parties go about their lives as if it never happened. We took it back. We made it go away. An executed agreement is one that has been fully performed. For our purposes, when it closes, that sales contract is executed. Compare an executed agreement to an executory agreement. An executory is a contract still in motion. There are things that still need to be fulfilled. Our entire contract to closing process is an executory agreement. Bilateral versus unilateral. Bilateral versus unilateral. In contract verbiage, lateral means side, S-I-D-E. So if we're looking at a unilateral contract, there's only one side that has to perform. We have an example of a unilateral contract that we'll talk about. Most of what we see with our contracts is bilateral, which means two parties have to perform. Specific to our sales contract, the seller's performance is to sell, the buyer's performance is to buy. Our sales contract takes us 17 pages to say that. What I just said in less than 17 seconds. Seller agrees to sell, buyer agrees to buy. There's our bilateral agreement. Specific and performance is a remedy in the event of breach. And with specific performance, the injured party can try to make the breaching party perform as promised. In North Carolina, where we see specific performance, is going to be the buyer going after the breaching seller. So the seller breaches, they terminate for any reason. Buyer takes them to court, sues them for specific performance, and if they win, the judge can make the seller sell. The judge can make the seller perform under their obligations. An amendment is a change. Compare an amendment to an addenda. An addenda adds to, an amendment changes an already agreed upon contract. This is when we're entering into round 2 of negotiations. Maybe we're trying to negotiate repairs or a reduced purchase price in lieu of repairs. If the parties agree to change anything from the original term, they have amended their agreement. All legally binding contracts have to have some form of consideration. Consideration is just defined as anything as value. With consideration, we tend to think of money, but anything you can put a dollar sign on is considered consideration. You know, I'm going to do this in exchange for free rent. Is free rent something of value? Yeah. A free round of golf, a weekend at Myrtle Beach, whatever. Consideration is anything of value. And then there's the executory, unilateral, and void that we talked about. So that's that. What questions do we have? Comments? Was this a good refresher, a good warm up? Kind of get some of these words. You guys are welcome to take a screenshot, or we're recording, so you'll have this available. You can go through this again. Here we have it, if you want it. Cool. So with that being said, oh, Howard doesn't have it. Sorry. There you go. Can you see that? You good, Howard? Cool. So with all that being said, let's get going into chapter 10. Some of these things we talked about, we're not going to go over again. Some of them I want to spend more time on. So we're going to do that. So in this unit, we're just going to or this chapter, we're going to define some basic contract terms. We're going to talk mostly in this chapter about those essential elements. What are the essential elements that define the validity of a contract? And then just kind of review basic contract law. When we talk about basic contract law, you guys, this applies to any legally binding contract. So we're talking about a sales contract, an agency agreement, a lease, whatever, all this applies. Specifically in this class, we're just going to focus on the sales contract though. So the first thing we're doing, by the way, if you're following along in your book, I have page numbers. This is where we are in the book. So if you want to follow along, I'm on page 293. And the first thing we're going to do is just define a basic definition of what a contract is. It's a deliberate agreement between two or more competent parties, supported by legal consideration to perform or abstain from performing some act. It's a legally enforceable agreement between two parties. And any good contract is going to have teeth. If the parties don't do what they promise to do, what are those consequences? What are those repercussions? So contracts are going to spell out what happens if parties don't perform. And earlier we mentioned the valid versus the void contract. The valid contract is legally binding and fully enforceable in a court of law. If we're trying to determine the validity of a contract, we take this contract to the judge. We say, is this thing valid? The judge looks for the essential element that we're getting ready to talk about. If the judge sees that all of the essential elements are there, the judge is going to say this contract is valid and enforceable in a court of law. So in other words, if somebody breaches, they have breached the terms of the contract. They will have to suffer those consequences. A void contract then is one that is not legally binding. A void contract is one that is missing one or more of those essential elements. And we're getting ready to look at those essential elements in just a second. So the contract itself, if we're not sure of the validity of this thing, we take it to the judge and the judge says it's either valid or void. Contracts can either be valid or void. A valid contract can also do some other fun things. Besides being legally enforceable, the judge may rule that the valid contract can become voidable. A valid contract can become voidable by one party goes to the judge and says, I shouldn't have to carry through with the terms of this contract. The contract itself is fine, it's valid, but one party can't be forced to perform. We'll see examples in just a second. A valid contract can also become unenforceable by either party. Either party can take this valid contract to the judge and say, I shouldn't have to perform. And if the judge agrees, they will turn the valid contract unenforceable. The example we have of unenforceable is an oral agreement. Technically speaking, you could buy my house on a handshake, and it's not a problem until one of us has a problem. And we go to the judge and we say, he's not doing what she said, and da da da, and we're not performing, and da da. And the judge is going to say, show me your contract. Well, we didn't do one, we just shook hands. The judge is going to say, get out. This is unenforceable. So we have some rules in acts in North Carolina in place to make sure that our sales contract's in writing. So we're not buying houses on a handshake. Could y'all imagine the chaos? So we have acts in place to prevent that from happening. But there are people, one person to the contract that might make it voidable. So who is that one person that can make it voidable? Well, the minor can enter into the contract, but the minor can't be forced to perform. So in North Carolina, 18 is the age. 17-and-a-half-year-old can sign a contract, no problem. That 17-and-a-half-year-old takes the contract to the judge, says, look, man, I'm only 17-and-a-half. You can't make me buy this house. And the judge is going to say, you're right. This contract is voidable. Someone that was intoxicated or under the influence at the time of contract formation the judge may make the contract voidable. And then if somebody's been declared mentally incompetent, the judge may make the contract voidable. Asterisk there because more on that in just a bit. But for right now, do you guys hear the common theme that I'm saying over and over again? I'm not saying the broker's making it voidable. Who's making it voidable? The judge. The judge is the one that gets to determine the validity of the contract. Now, this is where things get interesting, you guys. If the minor never goes to the judge, we're still dealing with a valid contract and the minor could buy. If the person that was intoxicated when they entered into the contract never goes to the judge, they can still buy. It's only the judge that can make it voidable. And I'm going to go back just for 1 second. But same thing with the void. If we never take it to the judge, then it's never labeled as void. And we could proceed. We could proceed to fruition. So it's the judge that gets to determine valid, void, voidable, or unenforceable. Questions on the validity of the contract? So we have a contract, we take it to the judge and we say, is this thing valid? And the judge is going to go through the contract and they're going to look for the essential elements. If all are present, we have presumably have a valid agreement. If any one of these is missing, the judge may make the contract void. And we're going to break these down and spend time talking about each of them. But before we do that, I like to think, when I talk about the validity of the contract to help me, I like to think of essential elements as required cake ingredients. Anybody ever baked a cake? Anybody ever eaten cake? So we all know cake, right? Okay, Gwen has. Don't you just need certain ingredients? Like you need flour, water, an egg, oil. What happens if you try to bake a cake without flour? You can't call it cake, right? You call it goo. You don't have valid cake. So when we think about these essential elements of the contract, let's think about required ingredients. And the judge is making sure all the required ingredients are present to determine the validity of the contract. So let's talk about each of these, spending the most time on mutual assent. Mutual assent, also known as meeting of the minds, also known as offer and acceptance. That's one of those fun things where three things all mean the same thing. So mutual assent, you might hear it referred to as meeting of the minds. You might hear it as offer and acceptance. And one of those essential elements is that the parties agree to enter into this contract together. An offer is made, it's considered, and it's eventually accepted. We're going to talk about the contract formation process, this mutual assent, how we know when we are under contract in a bit. The parties to the offer are the offeror and the offeree. When we say or, I want you to think of the giver of the offer or the creator of the offer. The offeree is the receivee of the offer. An offer is made by the offeror, it's received by the offeree. I like to, I don't know, I'm a visual person. I like pictures. Anybody with me? So I like to see. And when we talk about this mutual assent, this meeting of the minds, I think about my contract formation wall. So on one side of the wall, we have the offeror. On the other side, we have the offeree. Anytime anybody receives an offer, they always have three choices. They can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter. I'll say that again. An offeree always has three choices. They can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter. If the offeree accepts, they're agreeing to all of the terms exactly how they are. Any change, I don't care how small and insignificant it seems, any change from the original offer is not acceptance, agreeing to all the terms. If the offeree rejects it, they've killed the offer. The offer is dead on the table. Can you revive a rejected offer? What do you think? You can shake your head. Can you revive a rejected offer? I got you guys telling me no. And I agree, because we just said we killed it. There is no reviving it. So once it's rejected, it's done. The third option then is to counter it. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. Counter offers often sound something like, I'm good with all the terms, but the purchase price and the closing date. When an offer is countered, the roles reverse. The person that received the offer becomes the offeror. The offeror becomes the offeree. So the roles reverse in a counter offer. Throwing the ball back in this other court here. So a counter offer, the offeree becomes the offeror. It's a rejection. So they're making a brand new offer to the offeree. The offeree has three choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. If they counter it, roles reverse. The only thing that will end this is when an offeree accepts it or rejects it. You know, with our sales contract, sellers presumably start up here, buyers start down here. So hopefully each counter gets us a little closer and a little closer together until we decide if we can agree on terms. We're going to build on our contract formation wall. We're going to talk more about offer and acceptance, that magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. Much more to say on this. Just warming you up, easing you in. The other thing I have to say right now, y'all don't get bogged down on buyer and seller. For at least for our purposes, offeror and offeree. Now let's be really honest. The majority of the time, the buyer is making an offer to the seller. The majority of the time, the buyer's making the offer to the seller. But guys, please understand, the seller can make an offer to the buyer. So it's not so much about buyer and seller. It's the giver of the offer and the receivee of the offer. I'll share with you guys. I had sellers once. I was the listing agent, and we got an offer in, and it wasn't great. It wasn't great. I always encourage a counter because what's it hurt, you know? So my guys countered, and we went back and forth, and it was getting pretty late at night. And my seller said, you know what? This isn't working. We're done. Just reject it. I said, y'all sure? He said, yeah, just, we're done. I said, okay. So we rejected it. Everybody went to bed. Woke up the next morning, and guess who called me wanting to change their mind? Seller said, okay, so we slept on it. Maybe we shouldn't have rejected it. Can we accept that counter? Becca's shaking her head no. Howard, Zachary, everybody's shaking your head no. Because a counter offer is a rejection. Once they rejected it, or once they countered it, once they rejected it, it's done and there's no going back. So you know what we did? We presented an offer. The sellers made an offer to the buyer with those terms that we agreed on last night. And guess what? It worked. It closed. I wasn't sure about that one because it started kind of rocky, but it did. So just don't get stuck that the buyer's making the offer. Everybody with me? So more on this. We'll see our contract formation wall again. That offer is the promise. The offeror is making the promise to the offeree. That promise calls for that thing of value, that consideration, that other essential element that we'll talk a little bit more about, not too much more. But again, with consideration, don't get bogged down with dollar signs. anything of value, that free weekend at Myrtle Beach. Love and affection is consideration. If my parents wanted to sell their house, I'd hope they'd offer me a different price than they would any of you. And it might be that a lot of my consideration is love and affection. So some form of consideration, something of value in exchange for that promise. An offer is definite and certain in its terms. If it's uncertain, the judge may question the validity of the contract. So as we are filling out these pre-printed sales contracts on behalf of our buyers and sellers, we need to make sure that what we're putting in the blanks is very clear, that it's accurate, and it's very clear. Those blanks mean something, and we can't just put any old thing in a blank. We need to be specific, be certain in the terms. A contingency or a contingent offer. A contingency says that an act must be completed in order for the other party to legally perform. A contingency says, I'm not legally obligated to do this if something else doesn't happen. Examples of contingencies that we might hear in real estate. I can't buy your house if I don't first sell mine. So in other words, if I don't sell my house, I'm not legally obligated to buy yours. Another contingency we might come across is a loan contingency. If I can't get loan approval, then I can't buy your house. This is what we need to understand about contingencies. Our current sales contract, current Form 2T, does not have any built-in contingencies. Can the parties agree to add a contingency? You can shake your head. Can the parties agree to add a contingency? Absolutely. But you guys heard me, right? They have to agree to add. They don't just happen. And then also understand that listing agreements and advertisements are not offers. We're going to learn something in just a minute that says the final written word of the contract is what the judge looks at. When you take the sales contract to the judge, they're not going to pull up MLS. They're not going to look at your advertisements or your negotiations. All they're going to look at is the final contract, the end all be all. So we're back and forth, countering, back and forth, back and forth. And eventually, hopefully, fingers crossed, we get acceptance. Once we have acceptance, the offeree, the receivee, is now bound to the terms of the offeror's contract. In pre-licensing world, you might have been taught that when you see acceptance for your exams, you know that it's been signed. Same thing for our exam. If you see that somebody accepts it, it has been signed. In the real world, I need you to verify. In the real world, when the other agent calls you and says, my guys have accepted, your knee-jerk reaction needs to be to say, but has it been signed? Because if you got verbal acceptance, you have absolutely nothing. So acceptance on the exams means it's been signed. In the real world, I need you to ask. I need you to verify. A little bit more on that as we get going. Just easing you in. We mentioned the counteroffer. The counteroffer is a rejection. Any change. Again, I don't care how small and insignificant it may seem. If there's any change from the original offer, it's a rejection. A counteroffer is a rejection with a but. So a new offer is made. The new offeree can accept it, reject it, or counter it. And remembering that a counteroffer is a rejection. So there is no going back. Oh, I changed my mind. I want to accept your count. Once you counter it, once you reject it, it's dead on the table. You can't revive it. You can make a brand new offer with those exact same terms, but there is no going back. How we doing? Questions so far? Comments? Cruising right along? Everybody good so far? Good times, huh? All right. Well, good news is break time already. So let's take 10 and just so we're clear on how long a 10-minute break is. I do set a timer. If you're not going to be around your computer and you get distracted easily, I know we're going to go unload the dishwasher and fold laundry and all that good stuff. Maybe set the clock on your phone for 9.5 minutes to make sure you get back. But let's go ahead and turn our cameras off. We'll come back in 10 minutes and pick back up and keep going. yeah, and it comes with a noxious bell too, so we can, I didn't mention that before, did I? Just in case we can all hear it. Welcome back. So Sonia and Addie, it looks like your license numbers have fallen out. So if we can get you to rename again real quick.
Yeah, because I got kicked out. I don't have a good internet connection, so it kicked me out on the break. So
Gotcha. Well, welcome back. It's amazing to me what Zoom can do. We're all on a different device. We're all in a different location, different internet providers. And somehow Zoom makes it all work. It's just crazy to me. I don't get it, but we're here and that's all that matters, right? So yeah, Sonia, if you'll throw in your license number. I don't know what happened to it, but you guys got that thing memorized yet? Your license number? Put it on an index card because you pretty much need it everywhere you go. So write it on your hand or something. But yeah, I often say, y'all make me feel old, by the way. Not old, but I've been licensed for a while. I often say the real estate commission has no idea who Julie Campbell is, but by golly, they know who 264172 is. So that's how they identify us. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, guys. All right, so I am going to take attendance. And let's jump back in. Do I have any questions so far? Anything we talked about? Comments? Never hesitate.
Miss Julie,
Yes.
Miss Julie's Howard. I'm finna switch phone.
Okay. You going to log out there and come in here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm already in.
Perfect. I see you here. Yep. So you can log out there. And we'll still have you here. Just pop that camera on. Okay, so we talked about the counter offer. There is no going back. A counter offer is a rejection. It's a rejection with a but. I'm good with all the terms, but. Also, still on this mutual assent, we're still forming the contract. And we said we have to have acceptance. And the second piece of this, the last offeree has to accept. And once the last offeree accepts, we have to have communication of acceptance. The fact that you have accepted somebody's offer has got to be communicated back to them. And when we talk about offer and acceptance, let's talk about how we communicate the offer terms and how we communicate the acceptance of the offer, the fact that it's been signed. And quite frankly, the parties can communicate offer and acceptance in whatever manner they agree to. We could agree just to do oral acceptance. We could do snail mail, overnight delivery, personal delivery, electronic mail, email, fax, text message, carrier pigeon, whatever. It does not matter. Whatever the parties agree to. When we look at our sales contract next week, we're going to see that we have a notice page as part of our contract. So it spells out, how do the parties want to be communicated with? How do we want that offer and acceptance? And specifically, when we talk about mail, let's go back in time a little bit. And when we talk about mail, snail mail specifically, we have something called the mailbox rule. Now, I understand we're not using the USPS like we used to, but guess what? It's still out there. Not everybody has email yet, you guys. There are some people out there that are still not. And I think best case scenario, if we can, let's try to get them to overnight FedEx delivery or something like that. But if they're just stuck on snail mail, then we need to understand the mailbox rule. The mailbox rule says communication of acceptance has happened when the properly addressed envelope is placed in the federally related mailbox. Federally related mailbox, so those big blue boxes, are actually taking it to the post office, putting it in the mailbox at your house is not a federally related mailbox. So communication of acceptance. When do we have this communication of acceptance using the mailbox rule? It says once we put it in the mail. It doesn't matter that the recipient won't receive it for another 3 or 5 or 7 days. Once it's in the mail, it's out of our hands and acceptance has happened. Another thing that I need us to understand about the mailbox rule is that the mailbox rule only applies as a method of communicating the fact that your offer has been signed. The mailbox rule does not apply to negotiations, terminations. It doesn't apply to the due diligence check. This has come up a lot. As a matter of fact, y'all read the bulletin? Are y'all getting the e-bulletin from the commission? They sent it out like the last day of the month. This past e-bulletin, there was an article, there was a discussion about the mailbox rule. One of my teammates had this come up last year. He was the listing agent. They went under contract. And the buyer's agent evidently didn't feel like driving from Lexington to Winston-Salem. If you're not familiar with the area, it's not that far, 20 minutes or so, something like that. They didn't want to make that drive. So the buyer's agent on her buyer's behalf enacted the mailbox rule. Contract says that the due diligence check is due on the effective date. 2 or 3 days later, my teammate's like, hey, where's my due diligence? She's like, oh, well, it's in the mail. The mailbox rule says. And then this popped up in the e-bulletin. So we can't get away with that, you guys. The mailbox rule only applies as a method of communicating acceptance of an offer. And let's be frank, how often are we using snail mail to accept, to communicate acceptance? I'm more apt to text you or call you and say, my guys have accepted and it's been placed in the mail than I am to rely on the mailbox rule. Because it's 2024 and we have these forms of technology. We have these forms of communication. I'm going to build, we're going to talk more about all this. If you guys ever deal with this, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear how that went. And I'd love to know why we didn't text or email something else in between. But more on that. Mailbox rule just says communication of acceptance is received once it hits the mailbox. And the other thing about communication, communicating to me is just as good as communicating to my buyer or seller. So once you tell the other agent that we've accepted, we verify that it's signed, we're under contract. So let's go back to our contract formation wall and kind of build on this a little bit. So now we have the agent working with a buyer, for example, and we're going to let the buyer be the offeror. Then we have another agent working with the seller. The seller is going to be the offeree. So as a buyer's agent, you take your buyer out, you show them property, they walk in the front door and they say, this is it. This is the dream home. This is the one I've been looking for. Let's write it up. So buyer's agents, we're going to write up. We're going to pull that pre-printed offer. We're going to write it up on their behalf. Fill in the blanks. Then we're going to send it to our buyer to sign. So I have a signed offer. My buyer's the offeror. The buyer's agent communicates with the listing agent and presents their buyer's offer to the listing agent. Anything you need them to know, any information, why should they pick your buyer, whatever. Listing agent goes to the seller and says, we have an offer. Seller, you have 3 choices. You can accept it, reject it, or counter it. You guys have that written down yet? Accept it, reject it, or counter it. The seller says, for simplicity, let's just say right now that the seller accepts. If they accept, they're agreeing to all of the terms exactly how they are. Acceptance is one step in contract formation. The listing agent, the seller calls the listing agent and says, we've signed, Then the listing agent calls the selling agent. The listing agent calls the selling agent and says, my guys have accepted. So we have acceptance, and then we have communication of acceptance. Those are the two pieces we need for contract formation: acceptance and communication of acceptance. Once that communication of acceptance crosses the line, congratulations, folks, we are under contract. As the buyer's agent, what's the very next thing you want to do? Just got the call from the listing agent, said my guys have accepted. So now we need to
let the client
call your buyer. Thank you, Sonia. Call your buyer and tell them the good news. And guys, this call isn't, are you sure you still want it? This call is, congratulations, you are under contract. Because communicating to me is just as good as communicating to my buyer or seller, communicating to my client. So again, they may call you and say, my guys have accepted. I need your knee-jerk reaction to be to ask, has it been signed? Well, they're at work and they're going to get home in just a bit and they'll go ahead and sign it as soon as they get home. Are you under contract? No. Verbal acceptance, you have nothing. Bless your heart. Thank you. So again, we're building on this wall. We're understanding this wall, understanding those two must-have pieces. We must have acceptance and we must have that communication of acceptance. The offeree has to accept, and then that communication must cross the line to let the offeror know that their offer has been accepted. Do I have any questions or comments? Okay, so let's look at an example together. Let's run through an example. So a buyer is represented by an agent, presented an offer to the seller on Monday. On Tuesday, the seller decides to accept. For our purposes, we know that the seller has signed. The seller signs, there it is. And on Tuesday night, the seller's agent tells the buyer's agent that the seller has accepted the offer. So let's see what we have. I have acceptance, and then I have my communication of acceptance crossing the line. What do y'all think? Are we under contract? Congratulations, folks. A contract has been formed. This is all we need. Acceptance and communication of acceptance. Well, there's more to this story. It's late. The buyer's agent decides to wait until Wednesday morning to tell their buyer the good news. Glenn's already shaking his head. He doesn't like this. Wednesday morning, the buyer wakes up and they think they're going to change their mind. But guess what? They can't, because a contract has been formed. Once the seller's agent told the buyer's agent the contract was formed and we were under contract. Guys, this illustrates the importance of effective and prompt communication. Things still happen late. Things still happen after you receive that phone call. So many times, there's cases where the seller signs, they call their agent and say, I've accepted. And the listing agent says, well, I got some errands to run and I got to go pick up dinner. And then we got a meeting at the church. So I'll call the buyer's agent later this evening. Things can happen, right? What if a better offer comes swooping in? The seller is not legally obligated to the buyer until that communication crosses the line. Is everybody with me? I don't know about y'all, but I would have a hard time going to sleep tonight if I knew my buyer lost out on their dream home because I didn't effectively communicate. How long does it take you to pull over in a parking lot, send a text that says, my guys have accepted, I will send the signed contract later this evening? How long did that take you to do? You with me? This communication, especially with offer formation, offer acceptance, is huge. Please don't drop the ball on this. Questions or comments? Still under our mutual assent. This is the longest one by far. How offers terminate. Please note, this is termination of an offer, not termination of a contract. We'll talk about termination of a contract in just a second. So what terminates an offer? Well, we already said a rejection terminates an offer. We've already said that a counter offer is a rejection. So a counter offer will also terminate an offer. Lapse of time. Either the time is stipulated, the offeror provides an expiration date with their offer. We're going to look at that form that allows the offeror to say, this offer is good until 5 p.m. on the 14th, for example. They can put an expiration date in it. Once that has expired, that will terminate the offer if we don't have acceptance. Lapse of time could also be a reasonable amount of time. Who defines a reasonable amount of time? Well, the offeror can choose how long their offer is out there. It's important that we know the offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. I'm going to say that again. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, which means the offeror can take it back. So if they've determined that a reasonable amount of time has passed and the seller's not responded, I'll be honest, the reason the seller isn't responded is because they have 5 showings this week and they want to see what those result before they respond to this person's offer. And this person may not want to wait for the showings. Maybe they want to, maybe they don't. So the offeror can revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. And then death or insanity of the offeror would terminate the offer. Fun fact, death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, death is not an out. And our sales contract specifically says that this contract is binding to the parties and their heirs. When do heirs kick in? Death is not an out once the sales contract has been formed, and we will see that and we will talk about it. Death is only an out when we're terminating the offer. Mutual assent is a big piece of the contract formation. I want you guys to write something down for me real big. And I know a couple of you taken my class before, so this is probably burned in your brain. But I want you to write something down for me real big. Everybody ready? Document everything. What do we document? Every stinking thing. And if you document the communication back and forth, the steps that we took to form this contract, we can show the mutual assent. We can show the agents going back and forth with each other, the agents going back and forth with their client. That's the proof that we may need one day. I don't know, but we may need to prove that mutual assent. The parties came together and agreed to enter into a contract. Questions on mutual assent? If you ever find yourself asking yourself, should I write this down? Just do it. Just do it. So mutual assent is our first essential element, our first required ingredient. Another required ingredient for a valid contract is consideration. Consideration is just anything of value. It's almost always money, but don't get stuck on that. It's something of value. It's something in exchange for a promise. Maybe it's monetary, maybe it's an act in exchange for a promise, or maybe it's a promise for a promise. We gotta have something for something. There are no free promises. There has to be something for something, and that something is consideration. Another essential element or required ingredient is legal capacities of the parties, legal capacity of the party. So as we said, if a minor enters into the sales contract, the judge can't force them to perform. They would make the contract voidable. If somebody was declared mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally competent, legally declared, that may make the contract voidable. If it's proven that somebody was entered into the contract intoxicated or under the influence, take this to the judge, and the judge may make the contract voidable. Show me how many parties have the right to make it voidable? How many parties have the right to make it voidable? Just one. In this case, it's the minor. It's not the adult, you guys. It's not the other party. If the adult says, well, what about me? The judge is going to look at the adult and say, you're an adult. Why did you enter into a contract with a minor? You should have known better. One party has the right. So I need to focus on that second bullet point because we need to talk about that. There's a couple of different things here that could happen. And we're going to look at the other scenario, and then I'm actually going to do a side-by-side comparison, and I think the side-by-side comparison is most helpful. So if somebody's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally declared, that means like the medical profession has weighed in, but the court has not. That may make it voidable. If somebody's been declared mentally incompetent by the courts, that will make the contract void. The difference in the two, voidable versus void, is whether or not the courts have weighed in. No court, voidable. Court, voidable. Yeah, did I hear a question? Or something? Or am I hearing things? Great. So declared mentally incompetent, the medical profession has declared an individual mentally incompetent. If the court has not weighed in, the judge will may make that contract voidable if they've been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law. And remember, with a void contract, in a sense, we had no contract to begin with. They didn't have the legal capacity. And we have the medical profession and the courts telling us as such. Does everybody see that difference? Do I have a question on that? It's very, we'll call it fine, but it's a big deal whether or not by a court of law or not. So we have legal capacity. Remember, only the judge is the one that can declare these things voidable or void. Another essential element or required ingredient is our lawful objective. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Makes sense, right? We can't legally agree to do something that's not legal. So our objective, whatever the objective of the contract is, must be legal. And then the fifth essential element does not come to us from the courts, but the fifth essential element is brought to us by our old friend, the statute of frauds. And the statute of fraud says that there are certain documents that have to be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. The sales contract falls under the statute of frauds. Statute of fraud says it's got to be in writing and signed, so it's enforceable. We're trying to prevent fraud or forgery. We'll talk a little bit more about statute of frauds in just a second. So our 5 essential elements or required ingredients, however you like to think of them. If the judge doesn't have these, they're not going to call the contract valid. If one or more are missing, the contract will be void. Questions on our essential elements or required ingredients? So let's go back to this mutual assent thing again, because this is really important. So let's go back to this mutual assent thing again. Our meeting of the minds. If we don't have a true meeting of the minds, then we don't have a contract. So there may be some circumstances that come up that may question our mutual assent. Did we have all the information when we entered into the contract? Did more things come up? Was something discovered, for example? So these other things that come into question, these other things that come into existence for that necessity of mutual contract. If there was a mistake of fact, some kind of erroneous impression that both parties believed, there's false information out there, but both parties believed it to be true. That mistake of fact, if it involves some kind of material term in the contract, it's a mutual mistake. It's not one-sided. And it's not fraud or negligence. If after the contract has been formed, we discover a mistake of fact and one person wants out, mistake of fact may make the contract voidable. A mistake of law does not excuse anybody. Have you guys ever heard the old saying that their ignorance is no excuse to the law? That saying means something. It's presumed that we all know the law. And guess what? If we don't, we have access to it. Mistake of law is not going to excuse either party. Get an attorney. Does it cost money? Yes. But it's not going to get you out. There is a fantastic story in your books on page 304. And this story is talking about the case of Willis versus Willis. So a widow, after signing her last will and testament, later signed the warranty deed conveying the property she owned to one of her 2 sons, reserving a life estate. Unfortunately, the grantee's son died before his mother, at which point Mom thought she was going to change her mind and give the property to the surviving son. But guess what? The deed had already changed hands. It was a done deal. Nobody planned on the mom outliving the son. Had she devised the property to her son, she could have changed the terms, but she had already conveyed the property. So the deceased son was going to get it, which means it's going to be passed on to the daughter-in-law as his surviving spouse. Didn't that make Thanksgiving dinner really interesting, assuming she's still invited after all this, right? Mistake of law isn't going to get you out. The courts would look at Mrs. Willis and say, You didn't devise it right. You didn't set it up right. And you didn't leave a continuum plan. What if something happens to the plan? It was no excuse. There was nothing they could do. The daughter-in-law got the property. Ouch. Questions on that? If you don't know the law, we have access to it. Call an attorney. It could also be discovered after contract formation. Fraud. Fraud's bad. Fraud is false information made with knowledge. Somebody lied and they knew it. The reason they lied, it was intended for the other party to act on it. And guess what? The other party did. If fraud is found in contract, that may make the contract voidable. Judge has a lot to do. They got a big job, right? They got to prove that you were intoxicated or you lied, or why do we document everything? Heaven forbid it goes as far. We need that. Now compare fraud to innocent misrepresentation. It's still a lie, you guys, but the person that made it didn't realize that it was a lie. It's wrong. It's false information. But the difference that may make it voidable. The difference between fraud and misrepresentation is intent. With fraud, they knew darn well they were lying. With misrepresentation, they did not. So let's say I have some land. Maybe I had inherited it from a long lost aunt. And when I inherited it, I was told that it was 10 acres of land. And I said, great, whatever. I never had it surveyed. I never even visited it. I didn't care about this land. I just got stuck with it. Fast forward, and I finally decided to sell this land. And I advertised 10 acres. Buyer goes under contract, has a survey done, and lo and behold, it's only 7 acres. We are all shocked, myself included. That's misrepresentation. Fraud, I have 7 acres. I know darn well I have 7 acres, and I advertise 10. That's fraud. The difference in the two is intent. Another act we need to be aware of, it's all in the name, is the Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act. This is what prohibits us from acting unfairly or deceptively when we're conducting our trade. So providing a misleading opinion, what I'm saying here is not only could you get yourself in trouble with the courts and the Real Estate Commission, but you could also fall under the Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act. Providing that misleading opinion, failure to disclose those material facts, misleading advertising. Y'all please watch your ads. I know we like to use lots of creative words, big words to paint the picture. Be very, very careful in what you say. Or misrepresenting the nature or the extent of the warranty. This could all invalidate the contract. Invalidate the contract, an invalid contract, be void. The Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act applies to me and you. It does not apply to the seller that doesn't regularly sell. So the FSBO or the one that only goes once every 10 years, they're not going to fall under this. The flipper that sells houses for a living, they would qualify under the Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act. So again, avoiding those misadvertisements, those wrong opinions. Y'all, we got AI writing our remarks now. Have you guys seen these? I mean, you know the agent, you know darn well they don't talk like that, but listen to their remarks. They're like spectacular. That's AI. And I think it's great. I'm all about AI writing our remarks. It does a lot better than most of us. But guys, we still need to proof it. We still need to read it before it goes out. Because you know what? AI has never seen that property. They've never seen the situation. We still need to verify and make sure that it's accurate. Make sure that it's not misleading. If it is discovered that a party enters into the contract under duress, one that enters into the contract under duress was entered against their will by violence or the threat of violence. Somebody felt threatened. They felt their physical safety was at jeopardy if they didn't sign this contract. If it's later discovered, if we can later prove that that person entered into the contract under duress, that will make it voidable. Compare duress to undue influence. This is the emotional piece of it. Somebody taking advantage because of their relationship. I tell you where undue influence pops up, and it makes me so sad. But it pops up when we hire a caretaker to take care of our elderly parent. And that caretaker may coerce our elderly parent into selling their house. They're taking advantage of their relationship. They're taking advantage. I mean, can you hear these conversations? I'm not going to give you your meds until you sign this contract kind of thing. They're taking advantage of the relationship. Undue influence may make the contract voidable. Any type of relationship where somebody has power over somebody, it's the emotional piece of it. Mom, if you don't sell your house, I'm not coming home for Christmas. Assuming mom wants me to come home for Christmas, that could be seen as undue influence. I have forced her into selling that property. So there's a lot to take into consideration. There's a lot to prove with mutual consent. Again, whether or not the contract can be made voidable or not is entirely up to the judge. And guys, I'm going to be honest, the judge needs proof. It's not like you could go up there and say, I felt threatened, I had to sign. The judge is going to need the story. They're going to need proof. So what do we document from our end? What do we document? Everything. If you've ever been called into a court of law, if you ever get a call from the real estate commission for your letter of inquiry, the first thing they're going to ask you for is your documentation. Document everything. It's so easy now. When I started, we still had file cabinets in real estate. Now we're up in the cloud. Any questions about our mutual assent? Meeting of the minds. All right, let's talk a little bit more about statute of frauds. Statute of frauds, again, certain documents have to be in writing and signed. The whole reason it requires to be in writing and signed is to prove that the document is enforceable. Any document that's used to convey real property will fall under the statute of frauds. So our sales contract, vacant land contract, new construction, all of that is required to be in writing. And the whole point of the statute of fraud is to prevent fraud. It's to prevent forgery. Let's see, you guys haven't been to a closing with your clients yet, but if you guys bought a house, has anybody ever bought a house and you got to go to the attorney's office and sign all that paperwork? It was a good time, right? Yep, a couple of you. What's one of the first things that the attorneys asks the buyer for? Their butts have barely hit the seat. And the attorney is asking for the buyer's driver's license. Why? To prove that they are the ones that are buying this property, to prove to the statute of frauds that this is a legitimate buyer. This is a legitimate transaction. So the whole point of this is to prevent fraud, is to prevent forgery as much as we can. Statute of fraud, as we said, applies to all contracts to sell or convey land. So it does apply to us in our sales contract. It also applies to leases more than 3 years from the inception. So if you're entering into a 3-year lease, statute of fraud says it needs to be in writing. If you're entering into a 1-year lease, statute of frauds doesn't care. They don't kick in until the lease exceeds 3 years from its inception. And if either of these are not in writing, that contract or that 3-year lease will be void. There's a North Carolina general statute here on the slide. You don't need to know this. I just put it here for reference. So if you want to know what this tells to me, what this says to me is that the statute of frauds is a North Carolina law. General statute. To comply with the statute of frauds, they're looking for a couple things: the names of the parties, the subject matter, the material terms and condition, and then the signature of the parties to be charged. So when we ask, the statute of frauds ask what we're looking for. Specifically, these are the elements. There's another really good story in your book at the bottom of page 307. And it tells us that this North Carolina decision gave us a startling example of how informal a document might be and still comply. So in this case, the seller gave the buyer an option to purchase land for $45,000. The buyer paid for the option by a check in the amount of $500. The check was endorsed in cash by the seller. On the front of the check, the buyer wrote what it was for. Some weeks later, the seller said, no, I don't have to comply because it doesn't meet the statute of frauds requirement. This went up to the Court of Appeals, and they found that the check was the document that had all 4 pieces. The check had the names of the parties, the subject matter, the material terms, and when the buyer signed it, they signed that document. And the Court of Appeals actually said the check counts. Now, before you guys get excited, I need you to turn the page. Top of 308, it tells us that this is not here to encourage us to conduct our business this way, but just to show us how informal a document has to be in order to have compliance with statute of frauds. Y'all, we could do it on a Subway napkin. As long as you have the elements, it's in. It doesn't have to be an official, drawn up document. Statute of frauds also says that any contract modifications and changes, we got to acknowledge in writing by both parties. Once upon a time ago, before the technology that we have today, before like e-programs and e-signatures and this e-world that we live in, we were doing things with pen and paper. And when we were doing it on pen and paper, we actually had to write on the document, cross, strike through, write in the new term, and then have everybody date and initial it. Today, we're doing it e-documents, we're changing it. But we have our communication, we have our documentation that shows these changes. So they are in writing, they're just in the form of an email or a text. If you're ever countering or negotiating with another agent that calls you, why don't we request that they send an email? So we have that documentation. If they won't do it, then maybe you email them. Per our discussion, this is what you said. Get that in writing. Because remember, you guys, if you got verbal, you have absolutely nothing. And this is one big thing that technology has done for us. It's given us the ability to date and time stamp things. Emails, text messages, all these communications, all these conversations. Questions on the statute of fraud? Excuse me, talking about our electronic transactions a little bit. We have several laws in place that regulate our electronic transactions. We're going to talk about the NCUETA. There's also the UETA, e-sign. You can see here on page 308, there are several rules and laws that apply. With electronic transactions, the party signing needs clear recognition. They need clear permission to allow their e-signature to count as their legally binding signature. Well, I know you guys have e-signed something because you had to do the contract for Lane, right? And I believe Lane uses .loop. So you got the email from Lane, or you will, if you haven't had a chance to do it yet. You'll get this email for Lane. And then, of course, I know we all clicked on the terms of use and read that very carefully before we adopted and signed. What did the terms, why are you guys laughing? Are you telling me you didn't click on terms of use? Come on, do we ever? Seriously, how often? Yeah, I agree to everything that they have to say, right? Should you have clicked on the terms of use, one thing you would see is that your e-signature counts as your legally binding signature. I don't know about you guys, but if you handed me a pen and say, sign this, it would look absolutely nothing like this at all. But because I adopted and signed, because I agreed to the terms and conditions, it counts and it'll stand up. So with our e-world, again, certain laws. First off, we have the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. The state level of that then is the North Carolina Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. They both do the same thing. And they pertain to those electronic records and signatures, the e-documents, the e-world that we're in today. You guys that are affiliated with a firm, I'm sure you have, what do we have? We have .loop, DocuSign, Zip Forms. There's SkySlope is out there. There's another one that I just heard of not too long ago and I forgot the name of it. So with this NCUETA, so signatures are legal as long as the parties agree to use those electronic means. That's what the terms of use is in .loop. They're given the permission to use electronic means. And the UETA says that we have to disclose the electronic means. So we have it, those terms of use. When we look at our sales contract next week, we're going to see that our sales contract even mentions electronic documents, electronic transactions. So the NCUETA with these electronic signatures, they just define an electronic signature as a sound, symbol, or process that proves that the person sitting there is a person and it's not AI. Y'all know what this process, I hate these things. They give you like 9 pictures and say, click on the pictures with the street lights or, you know, the bicycles or the crosswalks or something. I hate that. I overthink those things. I put way too much thought in those things than what I need to. That's proving that I'm a person. That's that thing there, that process. This also is covered under North Carolina law, general statute. Again, you don't need to know this. I just have it here for reference. But this requires a clear and conspicuous statement be given to the consumer, not after they sign, but before, about the time you're adopting your signature and you're agreeing to allow that to count as your legally binding signature. That's that statement spelling that out. So in other words, what we're saying is you can't go back later and say, that's not my signature. You clicked on those you clicked on that adopt and sign, you agreed to the terms and conditions. It counts. Another one of these that regulates electronic transactions is the Electronic Signatures and Global and National Commerce Act, or e-sign. This does everything that the UETA does. It just expands it over state lines. So if you're sending documents to be signed to somebody in another state, the e-sign is going to kick in. And again, all pretty much saying the same thing. Going back real quick to our communication of acceptance. If we're going to communicate acceptance of a contract using email, text, fax, communication of acceptance happens for email, for example, when it hits the recipient's inbox. Not when it's sent, not when it is open, but when it is delivered. Once it hits the recipient's inbox, communication of acceptance has happened. And again, we're going to talk more about our contract formation wall. We're going to talk more about communication of acceptance and the different methods. More to come. Questions? All right, let's take 10. We come back. We're actually going to wrap up unit 10. Like I said, we're getting through this one pretty quickly. So let's take 10. Welcome back. Taking attendance. How we doing? Thumbs up, thumbs down. So far, so good. Cool. Cool. So we've talked about how offers can terminate. Let's talk about how contracts can terminate. Discharge of contracts. Not necessarily terminate, discharge. Contracts end once all the terms have been completed, full performance. This is what you and I get up and go to work for every day. In our case, in our sales contract, once that deed records, the buyer's new deed records, it's a done deal, full performance. The contract has been discharged. If either party breaches, either party refuses to perform as promised in the contract, that may discharge the contract. Remedies are included in the contract. That's part of what we're doing in those 17 pages is talk about what happens if somebody doesn't do what they promised to do. Impossibility to perform may discharge a contract. It just depends. Generally, impossibility to inform. If we go under contract and then we find out your buyer's not going to get loan approval, it is impossible for them to perform as promised. It's impossible for them to buy. So that would discharge or terminate the contract. There's been cases, this has happened, where the seller loses the property to foreclosure. You think they're calling the buyer and telling them what happens? The seller loses the property to foreclosure. It's no longer the seller's to sell. It is impossible for the seller to perform. We maybe have to get attorneys involved at this point. But the examples of impossibility to perform: operation of law, if the judge takes the property for any reason, so foreclosure, that would terminate the contract. When does that happen?
I mean, so if you get a letter from the bank saying that they're going to foreclose on you, has it happened?
Yeah.
Okay, as soon
The
as,
sellers may try to still get it in before the foreclosure happens. So that process takes a while. And some sellers may say, I mean, yeah, it's crazy to think, but I had a teammate showed a property once. We weren't under contract, but she showed the property. And when she showed up at the front door, the eviction notice, the foreclosure was on the door. And she called the listing agent and said, "What's up?" And the listing agent was clueless. The seller never informed them that they were here. And that's exactly what they were doing. Oh, that listing agent was hot. They were furious, but they were trying to sell it before that eviction notice actually hit.
yeah, I was just wondering, so it's when the eviction notice is actually put up on the door. Okay.
Once the court, yeah, and that's when the court sees the property. Yep. Operation of law could also be eminent domain, adverse possession. If the judge takes the property for any reason, that will discharge the contract. And then agreement of the parties. The parties agree to enter into the contract together. So the parties can agree to get out. They can agree to release each other if that's what they choose to do. So different ways contracts can end. We're going to get into contract remedies in just a second. Before we do that, talking about an assignment, contracts, whether or not a contract can be assigned or not should be spelled out in the contract. So you have the assignor or the giver of the assignment. The assignee is the receivee of an assignment. And with an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. So whether or not you can transfer your liability, your duties per the contract to another individual, if you can assign it to somebody else, that has to be spelled out in the contract. Our sales contract addresses assignments, so we'll see that. The courts kind of identify some rules for interpreting contracts. What are the courts looking for? And one rule that the court has is something called the parole evidence rule. And the parole evidence rule says the final written word of the contract will prevail any over previous negotiations, MLS advertisements. None of that matters if it doesn't make it to the final contract. Be careful specifically with fixtures and personal property. Make sure all agreed upon fixtures and personal property are spelled out in the contract. Probably the number one negotiated personal property item is the fridge. We all know the fridge, and most of the time the fridge remains. So MLS says the fridge to convey with an acceptable offer. Buyer makes an offer. We talk to the agent. Buyer says, I get the fridge, right? Oh, yeah, you get the fridge. Seller's like, oh, yeah, they get the fridge. Everybody's on agreement. Everybody's in agreement that the fridge will convey. It's going to be an exception to personal property. But guess what? Nobody put the fridge in the contract. Shake your head, yes or no. Is the seller obligated to leave the fridge? No, because the parole evidence rule says the final written word will prevail. So make sure, especially with those personal property items and those fixtures, that we spell out all those negotiated items. Other rules, the judge is going to interpret the contract as a whole. They're not going to piecemeal it. They're not going to say pages 1 and 2 are good, but the other ones are not. Redo these. It's either all good or it's all not. They're interpreting that contract as a whole. Ordinary words are going to be interpreted in their ordinary meaning. Y'all are now real estate brokers. Brokers, we have our own language, don't we? You speaking broker yet? You're working on it, I know, right? We have our own language. Guys, our jargon, our verbiage, all those dang acronyms that we use for everything that we can, none of that belongs in the sales contract. We need to be clear. We need to spell this stuff out. Don't use our jargon, especially don't use all those acronyms. Spell it out. Be very clear, be precise. Written provisions are going to prevail over pre-printed language. So if there's a written provision, a provision added, it can override the pre-printed language that's already in the document. And then any ambiguous or unclear language is going to go against the party that drafted it. So again, just be clear. Don't leave something up for misinterpretation. Fill in those blanks where anybody, you don't have to have a real estate license, can pick up that contract and know what that blank means. The parties need to know. They should be able to read and interpret their own contract. So if either party gets out or wants out and then a breach, the contracts are generally going to spell out contract remedies. Contract remedies are put into place to address when people do what they didn't promise to do or don't do what they did promise to do. Any parties in breach, one form of contract remedies comes in the form of money. There could be money damages collected by the injured party. Compensatory damages. Compensatory damages are actual dollar amounts that were spent on this transaction. With compensatory damages, it's actual damages. We can't go for anything above and beyond. Compensatory damages, I always think of receipts and invoices. You can prove that you spent money on this transaction. with receipts and invoices. So let's say, for example, the seller breaches. The buyer could go after the seller for compensatory damages. And if they do, they're getting their due diligence costs back. They want their due diligence fee back. They want the earnest money to be released. And then they want the seller to pay for the home inspection, the appraisal, the survey, those things that they have already had performed. The thinking here is that if you never contracted with me, I would have never spent this money for a home inspection. And then because you breached, I want to be reimbursed for that home inspection. Can you show receipts and invoices with that home inspection, even the due diligence and the earnest money? The point of compensatory damages is to make the injured party whole, put them financially back in the position they were in before we went under contract. Consequential damages are those money damages that should have been foreseen by the breaching party. So let's say, for example, one party, either party, buyer or seller, breaches. The other party can go after them for consequential damages, and that may include things like attorney's fees. You should have foreseen before you breached that we might have to go to attorneys. We might have to go to court. We might have to go through this legal process. So in addition, back to the breaching seller, in addition to be reimbursed with compensatory damages, the buyer may also go after consequential damages, which would cover their attorney's fees. The last form of money damages we have here is liquidated damages. These are liquidated damages or money damages that we agree to at the time of contract formation. We agree, if you're going to terminate, this is how much I'm going to get. And in our sales contract, liquidated damages are awarded to the seller in the event of buyer breach. And those liquidated damages include the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee. If the seller breaches, if the buyer breaches, the seller will get their liquidated damages of the due diligence fee and earnest money deposit. And those are money amounts that we agreed to at the time of contract formation, at the time that we formed the contract. So we'll see liquidated damages spelled out in our sales contract. This is what the seller gets. This is all the seller gets. With any of these, if the breaching party is not willing to sit down and write a check, that sounds old school, doesn't it? If they're not willing to go to the bank and get a money order, if they're not willing to pay, then the non-breaching party can sue. We can go to court if they're not willing to write that check. Another contract remedy, but not money damages, but another contract remedy we might see is specific performance. We looked at this earlier with our word wall. So with specific performance, the key word here to see is perform. With specific performance, the breaching party can make the non-breaching party perform as promised. And in North Carolina, where we see specific performance, is the buyer going after the breaching seller. When the seller breaches, the contract spells out that the buyer has choices. They can either terminate this contract and go after the seller for compensatory damages, or they can keep this contract in effect and go after the seller for specific performance. And if the buyer wins, the judge can make the seller sell. Those are the seller's terms under the contract. That's the seller's obligation. That's their performance. Another contract remedy then is a rescission. If you rescind your contract, you take it back. Both parties are put in the position they were in before contract formation. If the buyer put down any deposits, they'll get their money back. If you rescind your contract, both parties go about their lives as if this contract never happened. So let's see how we're doing at 7:50 at night. Let's test our memory. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Let's see what we got here. All right. How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract with a timeshare? How many days? Yep, I'm seeing hands pop up. How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a timeshare? We may not remember much about timeshares, but we remember something about 5, 5, 5, 10, and maybe throwing in some jazz hands in there, right? The buyer has 5 days in a timeshare to rescind their contract, which means they can take it back. If they put down any deposits, they'll get their money back. On day 6, if they terminate, they're in breach. All right, another one. How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a new construction condominium? Seeing some hands, some question marks. Yep. 7 days to rescind. So just coming into this, we already deal with some recessions. These are built in. The buyer terminates, they get their deposit back, and both buyer and developer seller go about their lives as if it never happened. Questions on our contract remedies? Next little topic here in chapter 10, talking about auction sales. Auction sales work a little bit different than the traditional residential resale or commercial resale. Has anybody ever been to an auction? A real estate auction, I should specify. Larissa has, a couple of you have. I always say I wish we had time to take a field trip and go to an auction, but we don't, so we're not. But if you get the chance, if you get the opportunity, I myself would love to go just to kind of be a fly in the back of the yard to watch it happen, maybe one day. But with an auction sale, the bid, that final bid, has the effect of a written offer. So when the gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, congratulations, folks. We are under contract. Now, obviously, the next step is going to be to put this thing in writing, but by this point, that's just formalities. That's because the statute of fraud says that we have to. The auctioneer is actually duly licensed. They have a real estate license and they have an auctioneer's license. The auctioneer's license is what gives them the power to bind. The auctioneer's license is what gives them the ability to slam that gavel down and say sold, knowing that that's that. We are under contract. So they're duly licensed. Auctions either go with reserve or without reserve. An auction that goes with reserve says that the seller has the right to stop the bidding at any time that they're not happy. So if the opening bid isn't high enough, if the bidding isn't going the way that they envisioned, with reserve says they can say, stop, stop, stop. We're not doing this. Without reserve then means they get what they get. They can't stop it. And then, like we said, the auctioneer represents the seller in the transaction, and they're duly licensed, which means they had to take 2 classes, they had to pass 2 tests, they have to do 2 CEs for 2 different entities. There's a lot going on to be an auctioneer. Now, you may have the auctioneer, and then they may come with the crier. The crier is the one that does that fast talking and does the bidding, you know, that guy, you know, that guy. That would be our crier. They just have to have, I'm not a good crier, I haven't been to crier school yet, but they just have to have an auctioneer's license. The crier doesn't have to have a real estate license. The auctioneer has both. And that gets us through one of the 3 chapters that we're covering in this class. We're already a third, which means we're going to spend the rest of our time together on 11 and 14. You may want to, there's a little self-assessment at the end of chapter 10. You may want to check that out. I also encourage you guys to kind of poke around in the online learning system. Actually, let's go out and look at a few things together in this first section that we just covered, because there's a really good tool in here. So section 1 material we just covered, and I don't have much in here except what we do have is a Q&A on offer and acceptance. There's a whole stack of Q&A brochures that the Real Estate Commission has provided us. This is one thing where I'm going to show you guys where you can find these things on the Commission's website. If you haven't poked around, if you haven't looked at the Commission's website, hopefully by the time we're done, I can show you where to find some things and encourage you to. It's really a plethora of information. It's a great resource for us, you guys. And the Commission says, look, if it's on our site, you're welcome to use it. We don't have to recreate the wheel. In many incidences, the wheel has already been created. So utilize the resources, utilize the tools that we've been given. This Q&A on offer and acceptance, this was written for the consumer, the buyer and the seller. But if you find you're working with clients that are having a hard time understanding this, I got a document I can put in their hand. I got a document that I can use to help explain the process. And I'm scrolling down to the bottom just to show you that this comes straight from the horse's mouth, y'all. This is straight from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Who can remind me what their #1 purpose is? The Commission's #1 purpose?
To protect the public.
To protect the public. It's not to help me make lots and lots of money. The Commission's #1 purpose is to protect the public. And one way they can protect the public is by educating the public. So they have these publications, and again, we'll go out at some point in our time together and look at some points of interest, teaching you guys to fish. So when you leave Lane and I, you can find this information. And that gets us through the first section. That gets us through chapter 10. Do you have any questions? I'm going to stop sharing for just a second while you guys are thinking of your questions. Bear with me. All right, so let me come back and get you guys. Does everybody have your chat set to private? Go in your little Zoom toolbar and pull your chat up. And you guys should have 2 options, chat to everyone or just chat to me. So I'd like you guys to set your chats for private. And I'm going to ask you some questions. And I don't want anybody to be concerned about getting it wrong. I also don't want you guys to share the right answer with everybody else, because I know some of you wait to see what everybody else is saying and be like, oh yeah, my answer is B too. So I want to hear from all of you, and I want to know what you have to think. Everybody set to private? Everybody with me? All right, so let me ask you some questions. You can tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Let's keep this simple. An essential element of any type of contract includes which of the following? Okay, looks like everybody's in. So let's see what we got. Our essential elements of any type of the contract. We had our mutual assent. We had our legal objective. We had legalities of the parties. And then we have consideration. So legalities of the party, legal object, mutual assent, consideration. And the fact that it has to be in writing. Any questions on this one? Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. And it looks like we're in, and it looks like I agree with everybody. Good job, guys. Statute of frauds is the fifth essential element. I almost gave this one away just a few seconds ago. Last slide, it was close, but I didn't need to. Statute of frauds says there's certain documents that have to be in writing and signed, so they're enforceable. Questions on this one? Another one. A, B, C, or D? I can't get you guys tonight, can I? Something created under duress may make the contract voidable. How many parties have the right to make it voidable? Possibly have the right to make it voidable? Just one. And in this case, it's going to be the person that felt threatened, not the person that's doing threatening, but the person that felt threatened, the person that felt that they had to enter into the contract. A, B, C, or D? Love it. One of three. Okay, so let's see. Is everybody in? Let's see. Did I get everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think everybody's in. Okay. So which of the following will terminate an offer? We're talking about terminating an offer. And of these, the one that will terminate the offer is going to be death of the offer or before acceptance. So if the offer or should pass away while we're negotiating, that's going to terminate the offer. Death is only an out once we're under contract. Revocation of the offer after acceptance, the offer or can only revoke their offer prior to acceptance. The offer or can revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. After acceptance, we have a contract, so we wouldn't be terminating the offer. Offeree accepts the offer within the stipulated expiration date, we have acceptance. So that would not terminate the offer. And then an offer from a third party, that's a multiple offer situation that we're in on the regular. So which one of these would terminate the offer if the offer or passes away before acceptance? Questions on this one? Take a few minutes with this one. Tell me A, B, C, or D. Okay, I think everybody's in. I try to count as you guys put them in, make sure I got everybody, but I think everybody's in. A real estate contract becomes valid when any legally binding contract, I need two pieces. I need the last offeree to accept. And then once we have acceptance, we need communication of acceptance to go back to the offeror. So the offeree accepts, and then communication of acceptance is given to the offeror. Congratulations, folks. We are under contract. I'm a step closer. I have acceptance, but we don't have that communication of acceptance yet. And the difference in B or C is just offeror or offeree. So if we can think of the giver and the receivee, anytime somebody makes an offer, they have the right to know when their offer has been accepted. And that's that contract formation. Any questions on chapter 10 before we move on? And I'm going to stop sharing again just for 1 second while you guys are. So if you guys were following or looking at the syllabus, you would see that up next, we were supposed to hand to chapter 11. But I've got my own agenda. We're going to skip around a bit. I'm not going to skip stuff. We will come back. But I'm going to hold off on chapter 11 for the time being. And we're going to get into chapter 14 The reason I want to get into chapter 14 is so we can do closing disclosures this week in class to give you guys the weekend and next week to get ready for your exam. If I were to follow the schedule, the syllabus, we'd be doing this thing like next Thursday with your exam on Saturday. And that never seemed fair to me. So I've rearranged the class, the method behind my madness. I've rearranged the class so we can make sure that we're getting in the CD stuff this week. Fair enough? And before we leave today, we'll talk about, we're going to be awfully close. If we don't pick it up tomorrow, it's going to be Thursday. It's going to be this week. So we're skipping around a bit just to give you guys time to review. So in chapter 14 is our kind of our contract to closing unit or chapter. We're going to get under contract, and then we're going to talk about these closing preparations and procedures for the buyer and seller. So in this section, we're going to talk about some pre-closing procedures. We're going to go over the buyer's due diligence process and talk about some closing methods in North Carolina. So first off, let's talk about the contract to closing process. And I'm calling it a process for a reason, because the contract to closing process is in fact that. When I'm working with buyers and sellers, I encourage them to think of the contract to closing process as working gears. And if we assign all the people involved in the contract to closing process a gear, so let's say the listing agent, the seller get a gear, the selling agent and the buyer get a gear, the attorney gets a gear, the lender, the home inspector, the surveyor, the radon guy, right? All those people involved in the contract to closing process get a gear. What happens if any one of these gears stops? The whole thing stops, doesn't it? And as agents, as the brokers in the transaction, a big part of our job is keeping these gears going, getting inspections scheduled and getting the buyers, the lenders, what they need, and the attorneys, and keeping these gears going. We're all working for a closing date. Get yourself organized. Get yourself your Google Calendar or whatever. Color code it. Mine is so pretty, but it's color coded, so I know when's a closing. I know when my due diligence is up. I know these various things, so we can keep up with all this, especially once you guys get going in your careers and you're dealing with multiple contracts at the same time. So different checklists, different systems, whatever you can do to keep the gears going of all those contracts all at once. Keep in mind, y'all, we call it closing. You guys will call it closing. I'm telling you, you will. But we need to keep in mind that there is a difference. The truth is not unless you're an attorney, there's not a single one of us on this call that have ever been to closing. What we attend is settlement. Settlement is when the buyer, the seller turn in their legal documents. The buyer generally has to go to the attorney's office and sign. The buyer's going to bring any necessary funds to complete the transaction. If the seller's underwater, they may have to bring money as well. So settlement is what we actually attend with our buyers and sellers. Once we all leave settlement, then the attorney proceeds with closing. And closing, we know it's the attorney because it's the legal process that transfers that title. So we'll define both when we look at our contract. Again, I say closing all the time. I try really hard to say settlement. It's just a force of habit. You guys will do it too, I promise. Just get through these tests and then you don't have to worry about settlement versus closing anymore. I know we think, well, no, I'm going to do it right. I'm telling you, the first time you tell your buyer, okay, we're going to go to settlement next week, they're going to look at you like you don't know what you're talking about. The people know closing, and that's generally how we how we communicate, but you and I know that there's a difference. How do we know who's responsible for paying what? Well, the contract spells out different parties' responsibilities for different things. And we can also rely on customary practice. Customary practice is because that's how we've always done it. It's just how we do things around here. Anything's always negotiable. So who's responsible for what? We have the contract that spells it out. But remember, the parties can agree to do pretty much whatever they want. Somebody's got to choose the closing attorney. The buyer hires the closing attorney. The buyer selects who they want to represent them in this transaction. Because the buyer hires the attorney represents the buyer. And if the buyer comes with a lender, then the attorney represents the best interest of the lender as well. Sellers may use the same attorney as the buyer to prepare their closing documents, to prepare their deed. Sellers are always welcome to hire their own. Anybody at any time is always welcome to have their own representation. In a typical residential resale, most sellers will let the buyer's attorney do their closing docs. But if you get into commercial sales, if you start dealing with an estate, both parties are probably represented by their own attorneys. Providing information to the closing attorney, buyer's agents. When we go under contract, we've had acceptance and communication of acceptance. Congratulations, we're under contract. Buyer's agents, once you get a copy of the contract to the buyer, the next thing you need to do is get a copy of the lender. For the lender to do their thing, we're going to talk more about that process. Then the next thing I need you to do is get a copy of the contract to the closing attorney. The closing attorney may want to start as soon as possible on title search, making sure that their buyer client is going to receive that clear marketable title. Should things come up on the title, the attorney will get with the seller to clear it, to take care of it, hopefully before settlement, so their buyer client can get that clear marketable title. Also, by submitting the contract early to the closing attorney, we can go ahead and get settlement scheduled. Now we have an agreed date for settlement in the contract, and we're all working really hard to get to that date. Delays in settlement happen sometimes. They just happen. But at least we can get on the books for the date that we have agreed to, the settlement date that we agreed to. And if we need to adjust, of course we will. The attorney, maybe they pull the deed if there's concerns. Maybe they go to the seller and ask the seller what they think their deed should say. If they can't find that chain, that link, that chain of conveyances. Again, the title's doing, or the attorney's doing what they can to make sure that they're handing their buyer client that clear marketable title. The attorney's going to make arrangements for the buyer to have title insurance once they become the owner. Title insurance protects the current owner from the errors of the past. So we're going to arrange for title insurance. The buyer will pay for title insurance at settlement. Coverage kicks in when that deed changes hands. The closing attorney's got to get the seller's loan payoffs to the penny. How much does the seller owe for mortgages, any outstanding liens, judgments, etc.? And then any invoices that are to be paid at closing. I didn't ask us this at the beginning of class. How many of you are in the triad right now? You're located in the triad. Well, no, you are, Zachary, in heart, right? In spirit. Most of you, where, or are you guys, are you elsewhere? Anybody in the Triangle or Charlotte, or are we all local right here? Oh, Celeste is somewhere else, Charlotte or something?
I'm
We're
in
Charlotte.
Hickory.
Charlotte?
Mhm.
You're where, Gwen?
I'm in Hickory.
Hickory, that's right.
Charlotte too.
Larissa's down at the Outer Banks. That's not fair.
Cold.
I don't care. That's still not fair. It's cold here too. I'd rather be cold at the beach than cold at home. So the reason I ask this is because not all areas practice this the same way. So this primarily how we do it in the triad, my experience, is what we're going to think of going forward taking our exams. Most settlement service providers, the home inspector, the surveyor, the pest inspector, all those people helping the buyer during due diligence, most of them will allow the buyer to pay for the services at closing as part of settlement. Now, the home inspector might say, I'll give you a 10% discount if you pay cash on the day of the home inspection. So they may offer, but the truth is, you guys, these people are buying a dang house. So they may not have that money today. And that home inspector will give them the option to roll that into their closing costs. If that's going to be the case, the home inspector will send me and you the invoice so we can forward that invoice to the closing attorney to make sure that it gets on the closing disclosure so the home inspector will be paid. So any invoices that we collect throughout the contract to closing process, just make sure you submit those to the attorney so that they can show up on the closing disclosure to be paid at closing. So the attorney gets involved very early. Again, if they find issues with the title, they're going to get with the seller to get those cleaned up. Because if the attorney represents the buyer, their number one priority is to make sure that their buyer client receives clear marketable title. And if anything's going to stand in that way, the attorney's responsibility is to work it out with the seller and provide that clear marketable title. I mentioned delays in settlement. Delays in settlement are so common that we have a built-in delay in our contract. Does anybody know the number of day delay that we have built in? Woo, look at you go. Yeah, look at you guys. Built into the sales contract is a 7-day delay. Delay in settlement is that common that we build in a 7-day delay. I always tell my parties to have a plan B. We're all working really hard for settlement today, but things happen, things come up. So have a plan B in the event that we can't close today. So buyer's agent or even seller sub-agents, any of you that are working with buyers, there's just some general responsibilities of working with buyers during their due diligence process. We're going to see a lot of these apply to working with sellers as well, but we're just focusing on working with that buyer, getting them through their due diligence process. We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. I don't care who you're working with, buyer, seller. Have y'all had to take CE yet? Probably not. Y'all are so newly licensed, haven't had to take CE yet. Well, let me brace you. Probably for the last 5 years in CE, you know what we've talked about? Material facts. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys see it next year and the year after that. Y'all, for the last 4 or 5 years, material facts have been half of the disciplinary actions at the Real Estate Commission. They've been half of the disciplinary action. So until we figure this out, we can expect to see lots and lots of material facts in CE. We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. We need to act in a competent manner. I don't know, life gets messy and I try to keep it simple and often as I can. And I've come up with super simple philosophies. And one of my super simple philosophies is when in doubt, find out. The resources are out there, the tools are out there. You have a broker in charge, you have seasoned agents in your office, bless you. You have a real estate manual, you have access to the Real Estate Commission's website. If you're affiliated, there's a really good chance that you're a realtor. If you're a realtor, we get in the North Carolina Association of Realtors. Did you know NC Realtors provides us with a legal hotline? We can contact an attorney. We can email or call an attorney. Act competently. If you don't know, find out. Think about the price tags on some of these houses, right? It's not like we're helping somebody buy a sweater that they can return for 30 days. This is a big deal. So act competently. When in doubt, find out. We always have a duty to avoid any undisclosed conflict of interest. Probably the number one undisclosed conflict of interest is undisclosed dual agency. So if you're going into dual agency, make sure you handle that properly. Dual agency is covered in 301. So several of you have already had it. If that's the one you haven't taken yet, then you're going to get all about agency, dual agency, etc. We got to avoid any improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. Always comply with licensed law and commission rule. That's LL and CR, licensed law and commission rule. And then we got to treat all third parties honestly and fairly. So if you're the buyer's agent, there's a good chance, unless you're a dual agency, there's a good chance that the seller's your customer, the listing agent's your customer. We always owe them honesty, fairness, disclosure material facts. Third parties could also be the lender, the attorney, the home inspector. When we talk about the parties, we're referring to the buyer and the seller. Everybody else, me and you included, is a third party. It's funny to think of ourselves as a third party, isn't it? But we all are those third parties. Any questions so far? Just get going into chapter 14. All right. So we are here. What is it? 8:30. So this will be our last break for the night. Get us back about 8:40. Yeah, 8:40, and that'll get us through 9:45. So yep, last break, take 10, and we come back. And guys, like I said at the beginning, the last hour is the toughest hour. So if you need to get up, if you need to move around, please feel free to do so. But let's take 10, and we'll come back and finish it up. We good for the last hour? We in? What are you guys doing on break? Jumping jacks? Monster Energy? What? I pace. I don't know. I just pace my house. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I'm
pretty much what I did too. Just pace and
Yeah.
drink my coffee. I did get a pineapple juice for my throat crud. I don't know what's going on with that, but anyway.
Something going around. Somebody else something too. Gwen, did you say you were drinking coffee?
Yeah,
It's 8:40 at night. Will you be able to sleep tonight?
I don't know. I'll sleep at work tomorrow if I don't.
Okay. At least we get to sleep around. Sonya walks around. Yeah, just something to get. I tell y'all, there's a reason I don't sit because as soon as I sit, I'm like, so it's better that I just stand and pace. And at 9:46, I'll sit down and that'll be near the end. So keep going, right? All right. So the next little section we're getting into, we're in the buyer's due diligence. And with our buyer's agent's hat on, we're going to go through things that we should encourage our buyer to do during their due diligence process. So from the day we go under contract, due diligence starts that day, that contract formation. And we need to remember those gears? We need to get our buyers going. We got timelines, we got deadline crunches that we got to honor. So getting those buyers going on their due diligence process. And as alluded to earlier, the first thing we need to get the buyers going on is their loan. The lender can only go so far in the pre-approval process before they can start the approval process. So everybody shake your head. We're making sure our buyers talk to a lender before we show them property. We're getting a pre-approval or a pre-qualification before we ever show them a property. Yes? Thank you. People can't always qualify for what they think they can afford. And if you're showing buyers property without them talking to a lender, you're wasting their time. And guess what? You're wasting your own time too. So we're getting that pre-approval letter, and I'm not having the buyer look at me and say, I'm pre-approved. I mean, I'm having them talk to a lender before I ever show them the first property. Encourage them to shop around. All settlement service providers, the buyers should shop around, make their decision. Now, most buyers don't know mortgage lenders, so you and I can give them recommendations. And the suggestion is that we give them 2 or 3 lenders that we recommend. Never look at a buyer and say, you're going to use this lender and you're going to like it. Give them choices, give them options, and encourage them to shop around. Once they find the one and the contract is formed and we're under contract, buyer's agents, we got to get the lenders going on their process, on the lender's process, immediately after contract formation. The longest piece of the contract to closing process is the loan. It's the lender's piece. So we got to get the lender working on that. You go under contract, mini celebration, send a copy of the contract to your buyer, and then get it to the lender for them to start their thing. So our responsibility, we're keeping those gears going. Encourage your buyer. We almost have to have conversations with buyers sometimes. Now that we're under contract, the lenders starting the approval process. We need to make sure your buyers understand that the lender is the priority. If they call and request a document, your buyer's got to get them that document. The lender can only go so far in the approval process until they've gathered the information from the buyer. So our biggest responsibility when it comes to the buyer's loan is to keep those gears going. Make sure buyer and lender are communicating, lender's getting what they need. Would it surprise you guys if I told you there have been cases where the buyer delays their own closing or their own settlement because they didn't respond to the lender in time? I had a buyer once. I had some choice names for her that I'm not going to say out loud right now for you guys. You can fill in those blanks. Wasn't my favorite person. One point she was like, I don't know. You and the lender keep talking about you got to do this and you have 3 days to do that. She basically said she was going to do it and she was going to do it on her own timeline. Guess who got upset when closing had to be delayed? I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to say here. We got to try to keep them going and understanding it's our responsibility to keep those gears moving. If the buyer is using a lender, the appraisal is required. Period. End of story. If it's a cash buyer, the appraisal is optional. The appraisal belongs to the lender. It's the property of the lender. And the appraisal allows them to determine their loan to value ratio. How much of the value am I going to lend? And even though it's the lender's property, the appraisal belongs to the lender. Guess what? They let the buyer pay for it. Isn't that nice? And buyers, that's one thing they have to pay for up front. They cannot wait until closing or settlement to pay for the appraiser. The appraisal is not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. So again, keeping these gears going so the lender has the documents that they need so they can go on to the next step. I think it's going to be, no, I don't think, I know it's really rare to have a buyer get full approval, final approval, while we're still in due diligence. In all my years, I've only known one to get approved in due diligence. Usually what we shoot for in due diligence is for the lending paperwork, the lending documents to go through underwriting for the first round. And when it comes out of underwriting with the first round, the lender has a pretty good idea if we're going to get loan approval or not. So what we're working for here is to get the lender's pretty good idea while we're still in due diligence. And that requires buyer's paperwork, the appraisal, this information that we're trying to get. So just have the conversation with your buyers. Let them know that the lender is their priority, so we can get this loan approved. Another thing we should encourage our buyers to have done during their due diligence is the survey, specifically if there's a land involved. Maybe it's in a subdivision with a plat map, and we can provide that plat map. But if there's any questions on the plat map, or if a plat map is not available, then we want to encourage the buyer to have a survey. The survey, it's like a tour of the parameter of the property. And what the survey says is anything within the parameter is going to convey. So all those fixtures, the structures, the house, the shed, the garage, the tree, all those things within the parameter are going to convey. So it identifies those property lines. It also identifies things like encroachments, easements, possible flood zones, etc. The survey, once upon a time ago, used to be required. The lender used to require it. Not today. Today, the survey is optional. It's been my experience. I have a hard time getting most of my buyers to order a survey. Most of the time I hear, no, I'll just save $400, $500, $600. I don't need a survey. I can't make anybody do anything. All I can do is talk about the importance of the survey, encourage them, tell them why they should get the survey, the benefits. There's I call it a bonus form, because it's not a form in the syllabus that we're supposed to go over, but if I have time for it, I throw it in because it's a great form. And if y'all are familiar with the professional services disclosure, that is a fantastic form. Actually, that's our form. And that gives our buyers the opportunity to, for example, waive the survey. So after settlement, if they think they should have had a survey done, we have their documentation that they waived it. So again, if I have a chance to go over it, we will. If not, jot it down. Professional services disclosure. And if we have time, we'll review it, but it's a fantastic form. What I need you guys to hear is if your buyer's not going to have the survey, get that documented, that you encourage them to do so. Any conversation you have face to face or over the phone, go home and follow it up with an email talking about, per our conversation, this is why I think you should have a survey done. Cover yourselves, y'all. Also, during due diligence, let's get the buyer shopping around on homeowners insurance. Again, if a lender's involved, homeowners insurance is required. If a lender's not involved, homeowners insurance is highly recommended. Not only does the lender require homeowners insurance, but they have to approve the buyer's homeowners insurance policy. So we need to get them, tell them to shop around, tell them to talk to Jake from State Farm and Flo from Progressive and whoever else they want to talk to. Get some quotes, shop around, decide which one they want, and then let's have the lender approve it while we're still in due diligence. Remember, insurance is part of their monthly payment. It's the second I in their PITI, principal and interest, taxes, and insurance. And if your buyers are about maxed out, they're about at the top of their approval amount, and insurance tips them over their approval amount, we're not going to get loan approval. If we're not going to get loan approval, the best thing I can do as a buyer's agent is find out during due diligence so I can get my buyers their earnest money back. So get them shopping around early on. If the property's in a flood zone, they're more than likely going to have to pay for flood insurance, and flood insurance is not cheap. So again, that buyer that's about maxed out, it very well could be that flood insurance is what tips them over their approval amount. There's various sources you and I can go to. There's some MLS sites, but there's also the NC Flood Map website that you're looking at here. This allows us to go to these websites and get an idea before we even write the contract if we're going to be dealing with flood insurance or not. Again, red flags went up when that buyer's about maxed out. Flood insurance is almost guaranteed to tip them over that approval amount. So we got them shop. There's a lot to do. We already got them shopping for attorneys and lenders and now homeowners insurance. You want a survey. Of course, the big part of the due diligence process is inspections and inquiries. One of the first places we gather information from the property might be the RPOs, the Residential Property and Owner Association Disclosure Statement. Generally speaking, we can see this even before we show the property. Most of the time, at least in this area, most of the time, it's an attachment in MLS, so we can see it. And if the seller makes any representations, we can share that with the buyer before we ever pull up in the driveway. I've had buyers cancel showings over the RPOs because of information. I appreciate the seller disclosing. I appreciate the seller sharing that information. But I've had buyers say, there's one in particular talking about black toxic mold, enter with caution, masks required. I was like, oh my gosh. My buyers are like, I don't want to see that. And deep down inside, I went, oh, thank God, because I didn't want to go in either. This is before we were all wearing masks, right? This is before COVID. So it's not like we have masks in there. I appreciated those sellers being upfront with us and letting us know. Check out the RPOs before you go. Remember, no matter how the seller completes the RPOs, we always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. So no matter how the seller completes the RPOs, we still have to comply with license law and commission rule. And what we find out, we have a duty to share with all parties. So talking about some of their inspections, one inspection the buyer may or should be encouraged to have is what we call the pest inspection. The pest inspection is not looking for any pest, though. Specifically, the pest inspection is looking for those that destroy wood. Think of termites, powder post beetles, carpenter bees. The pest inspection is looking for wood destroying insects. Let me rephrase that. The pest inspection is looking for evidence that wood destroying insects were at some point there. What you're looking at on your screen is termite tunnels. And those little buggers will build these tunnels to get from the ground up over the foundation up to the wood. This is the kind of thing that the pest inspector is looking for. And these might be in like the deep, dark corner of the crawl space or something. So they're going way back. Not necessarily have to be active, but just proof that they were there at some point. Pest inspection, for the most part, is optional. The only time the pest inspection is required is if your buyer's getting a VA loan. The VA will require the pest inspection, but guess what? Very rarely do they let the buyer pay for it. So if the buyer's not paying for the pest inspection, who is?
Sellers?
The seller. Listing agents, do you think that's important when you get an offer come in? Let your seller know they might be on the hook for the pest inspection. They might be on the hook for the septic. They might be on the hook for the well inspection. We have a form to address this. We're going to look at that. It's our FHA VA financing addendum that lets the seller know that they might be responsible for some of these inspection costs. So yeah, if the VA doesn't let the buyer pay for it, then the seller's up. Another inspection, and probably the big inspection, one of the early things that we should do is the home inspection. The home inspector's job is to go into the home and find the problems. They're going to go in and point out the things that don't work. Please prepare your buyers for this. Your buyers think they're going to get a report telling them about what a lovely house they're buying. And the home inspection report says anything but. The home inspector's job is to find problems. I always think of the home inspector as kind of like our general practitioners. We go to the doctor once a year for our annual checkup, and they run tests, they do what they have to do. Our general practitioners know a little bit about a whole lot of things. When our general practitioners find something, they encourage us to talk to a specialist. Same thing with the home inspector. They know a little bit about a whole lot of things. And if they see an issue with the electrical, they're going to recommend that the buyer talk to an electrician. If they have an issue with the plumbing, we're going to recommend they talk to a plumber. Their job is to discover that something's wrong. The buyer may need to take other steps, other actions, talk to other inspectors to find out the depth of the problem. This is why we want to do the home inspection early after contract formation, because if your buyer does want to bring in the electrician and the plumber, we still want all this to happen during due diligence. They're conducting all their inspections and investigations. Educating your buyer, again, it's not uncommon for a home inspection report to be 40, 50, 60 pages. That's not bad. Home inspectors like lots of pictures. Pictures take up space. They take lots of pictures to show what's broke, show what they're talking about. So again, just prepare, especially your first-time home buyers. They can freak out over a home inspection. You want to also encourage your buyers. We need to go, but we want to encourage our buyers to meet the home inspector after they've done their thing. Because talking to the home inspector isn't near as scary as reading the report. So having them talk with the home inspector, that may alleviate some of their fears. Listing agents, we need to prepare our sellers for the home inspection as well. The home inspector can't move personal property. So if the seller's packing and they have a bunch of boxes in front of the utility closet, the home inspector won't be able to get in and inspect the things in the utility room. So sellers need to make sure that the components of the home are available for the home inspector to inspect. They're not going to touch personal property. And then, yeah, we want all this to go down, like we said, as early in the due diligence period as we can, in case your buyer wants to talk to structural engineer, general contractor, whomever the home inspector recommends. Questions so far, various inspections so far.
It is about the property surveys. So I know they're not required, but aren't sellers supposed to know the boundaries and easements? And isn't that a material fact that they have to disclose? Or is it just the fact that they can put no representation on their disclosure?
Sellers don't have to disclose much,
Okay.
right? So
Yeah.
they very well, Zachary, can say no representation. If you
Okay.
and I learn about these things, we have to disclose. But yeah, the seller, and that's what we can't always rely on. And the other point of that, Zachary, there's no guarantee that the seller had a survey done when they bought.
Sure.
So they may think they know their property lines, but unless we have a survey, it's just all speculation.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Of course. Other inspections the buyer can do is just physical inspections themselves. They can put eyes on the property. Is there somebody living there? Tenants don't always leave for showings. That's awkward as all get out, but tenants don't like to leave. They get all protective of their stuff. So you got to show the property around the tenant. If there's a tenant in place, hopefully the listing agent tells us ahead of time, not always. Sometimes we're surprised. But if there's a tenant in place, if there's an existing lease in place, for the most part, North Carolina, that buyer buys honoring the existing lease. So allowing our buyer, helping our buyer to get copies of the lease from the sellers. Is the tenant up to date on rent, security deposit information? I got a form that we're going to go over that addresses that. So that's another one that we'll look at next week if there is a tenant in place. I got to share this with y'all because y'all look like a cool group, a good group for me to share this with. Showing property one Sunday morning. Y'all, it was like 9:30 on Sunday morning. And we walked in the front door and the tenants were there, all of them. I don't know how many. I lost count of people. I lost track. And we walked in the front door at 9:30 on a Sunday morning and smelled things that I hadn't smelled since college. 9:30 on a Sunday morning. I'm like, I hear you. That's how you do it right there. My buyer went, nope, and turned around and walked out. And that was another one of those, oh, thank God, moments, because I didn't want to deal with those smells on a Sunday morning. Tenants are fun. They make things interesting. So, and I really wish the listing agent would have let me know that there were tenants there and they weren't leaving. Surprise, just be careful. You never know what you're going to see or hear or smell when you walk in the front door of somebody's house. Keep that in mind. It's crazy. Easements and encroachments, again, we said can be discovered by a survey. Any recent construction or renovations, if you notice, if anything looks new and shiny and recently built, we got to ask questions about like permits, for example. Are there any violations of zoning, setback restrictions? Let's help our buyer get their hands on those restrictive covenants if it's in an HOA, so they can review the rules of the HOA. So the due diligence, I mean, what we're saying is the due diligence, it's the whole point of it is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the property as they possibly can. So they can decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? So whatever they want to inspect, whatever they want to check out, that's what we're doing during due diligence. On-site septic systems, if you can't hook up to public, then we're dealing with an on-site septic system. Maybe it's improved property that's already been plumbed. Maybe it already has the on-site septic system. If it already has the on-site septic system, then we need to help our buyers get their hands on the septic permit. The septic permit tells us allowable uses of the on-site septic system, location of the on-site septic system, things that might overload it. It also tells us the number of bedrooms allowed for this on-site septic system. How many human heartbeats per bedroom when it comes to septic permits? You guys remember? Human heartbeats per bedroom. Two. So if the septic permit says 3 bedrooms, what it's saying is that it has the capacity for 6 people. And anything more than 6 people will overload the system. By the way, they say bedrooms and not bathrooms because they refer to all water that leaves the house. It's not just bathroom water. It's dishwasher water. It's washing machine water. It's kitchen sink water, right? It's all water. They have the algorithm to figure out our usage, and they know how much each person on average uses. So it's 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. If your buyer's buying raw land that hasn't been plumbed, we want to allow time for the PERC test, P-E-R-C. And the PERC test will allow the buyer to determine if the land will even support an on-site septic system. So anytime dealing with an on-site septic system, prepare for those inspections, those investigations. VA requires a septic inspection if it's on an on-site septic system. If the property is on well water, the buyer should be encouraged to have that water tested. Has the water been contaminated? Has radon seeped in? We don't know. So if it's on a well water, encourage that inspection. The VA requires well water test. Don't let the buyer pay for it. And as a matter of fact, if the buyer has any question about the quality of water, we should encourage them to have it tested. I had a buyer test City of Thomasville. And I said, this is public water. It's not on a well. And she said, yeah, but I work at triage in the hospital. I want my water tested. Fair enough. Fair enough. And so we had it tested. Part of her due diligence. Lead-based paint hazard addendum is required on all properties built prior to, do we know the magic year?
1978.
1978. Anything built prior to 1978 should include the lead-based paint hazard addendum. This is another one that we'll look at. This one's really kind of unique. It's dual purpose. It's a seller disclosure and a buyer representation. Zachary, I made an interesting comment earlier when you were asking yours. I said the seller's not required to disclose much. Disclosing lead-based paint, the presence of lead-based paint is about the only thing that I can think of that the seller is required to disclose what they know. Lead-based paint laws override caveat emptor. Lead-based paint is federal, caveat emptor is state. And the lead-based paint addendum requires the seller to disclose what they know, if anything. They can only disclose what they know. By the way, do I have any property managers? I know I have. Are you? Let's see, Larissa's, no, you're not going in that field. You're staying in that field, I should say.
Yeah, I'm the numbers. No, I don't want, no, that's terrible.
Okay,
I pay the people.
gotcha. You're the behind the scenes, right?
Listen to them whine, so I'm not that.
Okay. Well, just so you guys know, there's a lead-based paint hazard addendum for sale transactions. There's also one for rent. Tenants, remember, lead-based paint affects children. It's those little developing bodies and developing organs. And tenants come with kids. So educating the tenants about the possible dangers. Tenants can't test because it's not their home, but tenants should be educated on the possible dangers of lead-based paint. So anything built prior to 1978, we got a form for that. And the buyer, if they're concerned, they can have the paint tested for lead. Most of our home inspectors can assist in that. They can chip the paint off and send it to the lab to have it tested. By the way, that's the only way to test for lead in the paint is to chip the paint. Ideally, they try to get it like under the door frame or under the windowsill where it's not like in this big area where everybody can see it. Painting over it does not make the lead go away. So the only way to test for it is to chip it off. And if the buyer wants to do that during due diligence, that is absolutely, and that's addressed in the addendum as well. Radon. Radon is the result of decaying matters in the ground. As things decay, they release a gas. That gas finds cracks in the ground to escape out into the atmosphere. That gas is called radon. It is everywhere. The EPA says anything over 4.0 picocuries is not good. So having the radon test during the buyer's due diligence, again, the home inspector can often assist with this. Start with the home inspector. They're almost always a great place to start. The radon test, it's this contraction that sits in the home and they leave it up for 2, 3, 4 days. And that radon test like takes a snapshot of the radon level every hour. And it does this for that 2 or 3 days. And at the end of that period, we get an average. If the average is over 4.0 picocuries, then a radon mitigation system may be recommended. Maybe the buyer asks the seller as part of their repairs. Maybe they plan on doing it after they buy. Radon's everywhere, you guys. Larissa, you probably deal with it less down at the coast because of your ground is all sand. So I'm not saying you don't have radon, but you probably don't deal with as much radon as what they do up in the mountains with the rockier soil, the rockier ground.
Plus, a lot of our properties are up on stilts, so.
And you're up on stilts. That's a great point too. Thank you. Winston-Salem, I don't know why, but Forsyth County is just known for high radon. Can't answer why. What I can tell you guys is it's not my job to judge. It's not my job to determine. What I'm going to do is encourage my buyer to have that tested. Also, on anything built prior to 1978, we might be dealing with asbestos. Asbestos was once used as an insulation around piping. It might have also been used for heat retardant, maybe in tiles, for example, ceiling tiles. As long as asbestos is intact, it's fine, nothing to worry about. The problem with asbestos is when it becomes friable, which means it breaks up. And if it's breaking up, those particles are getting in the air, we breathe the air, and now those particles are in our lungs. Anything built prior to 1978 may be dealing with asbestos. The big concern here is if your buyer's plans to do major renovations or demolition. If they're going to be doing demolition with asbestos in the property, friable or not, they're going to have to get it taken out before they show up with the wrecking ball. If they're going to do major renovations, We don't want them disrupting that asbestos. So guys, we just kind of briefly, and we have this all summed up in our contract as well to help us out. But we just kind of went briefly through some of the things that we should encourage our buyer to do during due diligence. Buyers don't know, especially first-time home buyers. They've never bought a home before. They don't know. So they're looking at us for guidance. What kind of tests do you think I should have done? What kind of inspections do you think I should have done? The other thing I want us to keep in mind, the list that we just went through, we see that list in the contract. Understand that list is not inclusive. We assist the buyer in inspecting and testing and examining anything they want because they are the ones buying this house. Another super simple philosophy I operate by. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. Never look at a buyer and say, oh, don't worry about lead. You'll be fine. Just tell your kids not to lick the windowsills and everything will be okay. Don't do that. If they have concern about lead, then we encourage them to get it tested. I've had stories from a couple agents over the year that the buyers during the due diligence have wanted to bring the priest into the home. If it's important to your buyer, then you're going to say, okie doke, when is a good time for the priest? Let's schedule this appointment. If they want whatever they want, remember, please always remember, we're not the ones buying this house. We're not the ones taking on a 30-year mortgage. That's on them, and we need to make sure that they get their appropriate tests, inspections, and examinations. Any questions? So we've had all our examinations, tests, inspections. The buyers learned everything that they can possibly learn about the home. We've looked at zoning and covenants. I mean, we've been on GPS. We've been on Google Maps, right? I mean, we have been everywhere learning about this property. And at some point after all these tests and inspections, there's a really good chance that the buyer's going to ask the seller for repairs. First off, is the seller required to do any repairs in North Carolina? You can shake your head one way or another. Does the seller? And I'm seeing everybody say no. The seller doesn't have to fix anything. They don't have to change the light bulb if they don't want to. Homes in North Carolina are sold as is. However, that doesn't mean that the buyer can't ask. And the seller, an offer has been made. The seller has three choices. They can accept the offer to do the repairs, they can reject the offer to do repairs, or they can counter. We have literally entered into round 2 of negotiations. If the seller agrees to do anything, buyer's agents, we say thank you very much, understanding that they're not obligated to do a thing. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, those repairs have to be agreed on in writing and signed while we are still in due diligence. And we have a form for this. We have a due diligence repair request and agreement. And that's another one that we will look at. Are you guys hearing fun with forms next week? That's our big thing next week is forms. So if we agree to do any repairs, they got to be agreed on in writing and signed while we're still in due diligence. This is important. The repairs themselves don't need to be completed until settlement. We usually have a period of time between due diligence and settlement. And maybe it's a week, maybe it's 2 or 3, whatever, it's all negotiable. And that period of time between due diligence and settlement allows us to finalize everything. It also allows the seller to do those agreed upon repairs. Buyers always have the right to have completed repairs inspected. So once the seller says, I fixed all the electrical, the buyer has every right to send their electrician out there to have it checked. They can send their home inspector back out just to check that electrical issue. The buyer, if they're comfortable, they can go put their eyes on it themselves, doesn't matter. But they don't have to be complete until settlement or whatever other arrangements the party agreed to. Sometimes the seller will say, look, I really want to help you out, but I'm tired and I'm done. Is there something we can do in lieu of repairs? So maybe instead of fixing it, the seller will pay some of the buyer's closing costs. Maybe we renegotiate the purchase price. Anything. When I say we're in round 2 of negotiations, I mean it. Anything is negotiable. And if the parties are willing to work together, then we can help them work through this repair negotiation. Questions on the repairs?
I do have one.
Yes.
So I do know that for VA and FHA loans, there are certain things in the property that need to be up to par.
Mhm.
In North Carolina, though, like you just said, the seller doesn't need to pay for anything. So that would just mean that that's it, no contract, right? What would be,
Well,
explain that.
okay, so your FHA and your VA properties have a different appraisal process. Because with FHA and VA loans, the government's involved now. And of course, we all, I mean, not saying anything bad about the government, but we know the paperwork gets a little thicker when the government gets involved. That's just the way it is. And the government's not going to approve an FHA or VA loan if the property doesn't appraise. So Larissa, it's a different process. And if the FHA says, I'm not fixing this if this isn't fixed, or I'm not approving this, I should say, if it's not fixed. If the seller says, no, I'm not fixing it, then the contract's over because I can't make them. Now, this is what I do know. This might make us feel a little bit better. FHA and VA have websites that we can go to. And if you dig around, you can find a list of things that they're not going to approve. So when you're showing this property, you know when you have an FHA buyer. So you can get your hands on that list. You're showing this property and be like, okay, the roof is 35 years old. We're not going to get approval. Or there's chip paint all over the place and the house was built in 1975. We're not going to get approval. So I think that's a good tactic for us when we're working with FHA or VA buyers. Make yourselves a note and you can start with your lender or you can just go to their websites. But getting your hands on that list to ensure, I'm not the FHA or the VA, but I can look at a piece of paper and say, well, it says right here, they're not going to approve this. So that might save us some steps from entering into the contract.
That's excellent advice. Thank you.
The other piece of that, listing agents, we can also have this conversation with our sellers. If the seller, if we don't feel that the home is going to pass FHA appraisal, then don't advertise for an FHA buyer, right? So again, same thing. If there's concerns about the home, we can check it out on the site. But usually I'd say your lender is a great, or your buyer's lender is a great place to start. As you guys get going, you're going to form these relationships. So even if you're working with the seller, there's nothing more valuable than having a lender that you can call on speed dial and ask a quick question. There's nothing more valuable. Build your village, y'all. I know you're just meeting your village, but build your village. Because having an inspector you can call, a closing attorney, a lender, having these people that you can pick up the phone and say, quick question, is huge. Thank you for that, Larissa. Anything else on our repairs? the other thing, I knew there was something else. The other thing I want to say about repairs, we need these before the due diligence deadline. We need these so far before the due diligence deadline that the seller has time to consider them. Maybe they want to call their own electrician and ask questions. I find it in very poor taste when due diligence repairs are presented at 4:30 on the due diligence date. Very poor taste. It does not give the seller any opportunity to think about it. And if you want a super fast no, then present it at 4:30 on the due diligence date. What kind of service did you just do your buyer, right? So we want all these tests done so we can get in, because here's the deal. If the seller says, no, I'm not fixing anything, the buyer has a decision to make. If the seller says, I'll fix some of it, but not all of it, the buyer needs to make that decision. They're learning as much as they possibly can to decide if they want to move forward or not. And that includes knowing whether or not the seller is willing to do any repairs. So have our tests done, have this sent in with enough time to give the time seller to think about it, negotiate it, and have it all agreed on in writing while we're still in due diligence. Welcome back. And bless you. Going back, not really back, but just kind of addressing a few things. When we talk about those covenants, if it's in an HOA, we want to help our buyers get hands on those covenants. Ideally, we want to do this before we write up the offer, but it doesn't always work that way, especially in a swift market. At the latest, we need to get these covenants in the buyer's hands early due diligence. If they don't agree with the covenants, then they don't need to buy in that HOA. Understand my job. My job is to help them get it. I cannot interpret documents. I cannot interpret covenants. So when your buyer says, well, what does this mean right here? We either need to get them to the HOA or to an attorney. We cannot interpret what that means for them. And then the other thing, just to kind of hit on, we talked about zoning and other government regulations. Zoning, particularly if your buyer has a specific end use, there's something to be said in a buyer consultation where we can ask them a bunch of questions so we can find out information. And if you know your buyer wants to buy a property where they want to run a daycare out of their home, I now have a duty to help them check zoning to make sure it's allowed. If it's in an HOA, we need to make sure that covenants allowed. Once they tell you their specific end use, then we have a duty to make sure that that is allowed. Roads and schools, something else to think about. The question about roads is if they're public or private. Public or private tells us who maintains them. Public roads are maintained by the Department of Transportation. Private roads are maintained by the homeowners that live on that road. If it's a private road, help the buyer get the information. How do we fix a pothole? How do we clear snow? Is it an HOA? Is it a special assessment? Help them gathering that information on private streets. Some lenders want to know if it's public or private, depending on the situation. And then with schools, schools get messy, you guys. Be careful with schools. When it comes to schools, I'm a big fan of being the source of the source. Sending them to the school's website. I can't tell you if this is a good school for your kid. I don't know your kid. I don't know what they need. I don't know what a good school is. But what I can tell you is if you go to Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools website, you can find out everything that you need to know about these schools and make sure you're getting your kids in a good school. Be the source of the source. Direct them to the school's websites. Let them do their own research. It's kind of rare now that we see the schools listed in MLS. I think a lot of people are doing away with that. You'll still see them, of course, but most, they're not a required field in MLS. So a lot of what I'm seeing for the schools is buyer to verify, buyer to do their research, buyer to do their investigation. So we went through the due diligence process. We're still in due diligence. Do I have any questions? Still in due diligence.
Excuse me, Miss Julie.
Oh, yeah, yes.
This is Howard. How you doing, man?
Hey,
Hey, well, I was just gonna add, when you were talking about roads and schools, one of the things that I've been receiving information from my BIC and some of the seasoned, individuals in our office, they indicate on some of the MLS, and they've indicated as well as shown me how other realtors indicate in there. They say, contact the school board. They'll put that in there,
there
and
you go.
then that kind of directs them being a source of the source.
That's perfect. Yeah, so go straight. Thank you, Howard. So just tell them from the get-go. I mean, it's not like the listing agents taking the liability off of them. It's so much. I mean, how many schools do we have? You know what I'm saying? And school, I mean, guys, sometimes they have to redraw school lines, right? When they build subdivisions. Is anybody from or familiar with High Point? Do I have any High Pointers? No. Well, I'm in Archdale. So if y'all didn't know High Point had a subdivision or suburb, you do now. It's called Archdale. So I'm close. But in High Point Sonia, you're out in Jamestown, so I'm close to your area. Penny Road used to dead end. Remember that? At High Point Road, Penny Road ended. And they took there was this whole field where Penny Road ended, and they created this massive subdivision. I can't think of the name of it right now. But y'all, there's like 150, 200 houses back there. It is huge. They're going to have to redraw the school lines to allow for all those kids, to get all those people. Does that make sense? So these really large subdivisions, these really big things going on. And that's Howard, the kind of things that they can find out by contacting the school board, by going to the school's website. So absolutely. Howard, are you here in the triad? I'm just curious. Yeah.
I was trying to.
I saw you getting your mute button.
Yeah, actually, I'm located in Winston.
You're in Winston. Okay. So yeah, you're here in the triad, and that's what we're seeing. Buyer to verify, contact school boards.
Yeah.
Let the buyer figure that out. Thank you for that. Also, during due diligence, let's put us aside for a second, and let's talk a little bit about what the attorney's doing. So remember, we went under contract. We sent a copy of the contract to the attorney so we could go ahead and get settlement on the calendar. But the attorney also has to start their little process at some point, and their process starts with a title search. Title search is a very thorough search of the public records. The attorney is going through the public records and finding everything that's attached to this property. They're looking for liens, outstanding liens. They're looking for easements. They're looking for whatever. They're looking for everything. One of the big things that they're looking for is that the linking chain of conveyances. They need to make sure that the names on the deeds match. Give me a second so I make sure I say this right, because it's 9:30 at night. Or 8:30, whatever, 9:30. They're making sure that the grantee on this deed matches the grantor on the previous deed. And on the previous deed, the grantee needs to match the grantor on the previous deed. So what they're looking for, that chain of conveyances, is that the names link up. And if the names don't, then there's a kink in the chain and they got to figure it out. Did somebody get married? Did somebody die? What happened? But if any of the names don't link up, if they don't match, then the attorney may have to get with the seller to get whatever cleared up. Remember, the attorney's job is to make sure that their buyer client is getting clear marketable title. So with the title search, with the information the attorney's getting, they're just trying to make sure that they have a good record of title, that those chain of conveyances link up. All deeds, deeds of trusts, our outstanding mortgages, judgments, easements, title defects, etc., etc. If anything pops up, the attorney's going to get with the seller to clear up. Outstanding liens, we know the seller will have to pay those before they get paid, part of their proceeds. So we have to figure out, how much does the seller have to pay for outstanding liens? Kinks in the chain, the seller will have to clear up. So any defects on the title has to be cured by the seller prior to settlement. It might be that they have to pay a bill off. It might be that the seller can produce a document to make it okay. Worst case scenario, attorney and seller go stand in front of a judge and request an action to quiet the title. Exactly how it sounds. There's noise on the title. We need it to go away. Judge, please do your thing and make this happen. Whatever the attorney has to do to make sure that their buyer client is getting clear marketable title. The other fun thing to think about for the sellers is the mechanics lien. Guys, remember the mechanics lien? The mechanic has 120 days after the work is ended to file the lien. So remember all those repairs that your seller agreed to do, and you were like, wow, they're doing all those repairs? They have the repair done. They don't pay the mechanic. We go to closing, property changes hands, mechanic files the lien, and now your buyer has a brand new lien on their brand new property. Doesn't really seem fair, does it? Same thing if your seller's going to do work before they list. A document that the attorney has that they'll make the seller sign is an affidavit. The seller signs the affidavit saying that everybody's paid off, even liens that aren't filed yet. So mechanics are paid off. If they lie, title insurance, this is why the buyer, the current owner, has title insurance. It protects them from errors of the past. So if it is discovered, if a mechanics lien does hit title after closing, this is why your buyer has title insurance. Buyer's agent's another step we can take when we're asking for these repairs. Part of our due diligence, we can actually put verbiage in there that says seller to provide paid in full invoices. So that shows us all the work they did was paid. The other thing it does, it lets the buyer know who did it. So if it breaks a week after closing, they know who to call. So we can always request, that might be another step to protect our buyers. You agree to do all these repairs. We want to see paid in full invoices. So we have just a little bit more left in this section, but I do want to discuss something else. So I'm going to stop here for tonight, but don't go anywhere. We're not done. So we'll pick back up here tomorrow, working through due diligence. I want to share with you guys kind of where we're heading tomorrow. so you guys can be prepared. Does everybody have the ability to print? Maybe at home, at the office? Can you print? If you cannot, I need you to reach out to me tomorrow. Because what we're going to start doing, what we're going to start looking at is this blank closing disclosure. You guys can find it in the online learning system under the section 4 material. And I have found it easier as we start into this tomorrow that you have a blank copy in front of you so we can go through it together. More importantly, I will let you have a blank copy for our exam. And that's why if you can't print, I need to know tomorrow so I can get arrangements. I can mail or deliver or whatever the blank CD to you. So does everybody hear me? I've had people show up on test day and saying, I didn't know I needed a CD. Head bobs, everybody. If you can't print, reach out to me first thing in the morning. Fair enough? Everybody good so far?
Well,
Perfect.
Here's a quick question, Ms. Jolie. Is it possible that you can just shoot an email and then
Absolutely.
shoot an email, and then that way, if the documents are email, I can just go to work and print it off.
Perfect. Howard, will you send me an email to remind me? Because my
Yes.
little brain, and then I'll respond. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. Is this on the commission website? Nope, we're in the online learning system. So we're in the online learning system. We access it through Lane's email, right? Right here. If you haven't gotten yourself set up, get yourself set up. And the online learning system, section 4 blank CD. So we're going to start talking about this tomorrow. Again, you guys, you know, I have a highly recommended homework assignment. We're going to look at if you guys ever want to practice to get ready for your exams. But again, the big thing, the important thing is that you have one of these on test day. You can also have blank scratch paper on test day as well. So we'll talk about that. So everybody good? Section 4, online learning system, blank CD. And this is where we're heading tomorrow. This is what we're working towards. I don't know that we'll get to pick a calculator up tomorrow, but if we can't pick it up tomorrow, at least we can pick it up on Thursday. We're working towards it. Night 1 down. How are we doing? Do I have questions? 1 down, moving right on, right? So let's see, we get to do this again tomorrow. Get to do it again on Thursday. How many of you have to get up and go to work tomorrow? Good times, right? I even have to have office duty in the morning. My office is in Winston Howard, so I'll be coming your way. But yeah, I gotta be there at 9 o'clock in the morning to open the office. And I'm like, how did that happen? I didn't think that through real well, did I? So I'll be there, coffee in hand. Big coffee, right? Ooh. Somebody's got a 303 test tomorrow, but then you'll be very happy tomorrow because then you'll only have 302. You guys trip me out when you double book these. My brain hurts for you. That's taking in a lot of information when you overlap post. But if you're ready to get it done, that's a great way to do it. What questions do I have? Any last minute? Anything? Have a good evening. Sleep fast. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night. I won't log on at 5. It'll be more like 5:10 tomorrow. So we'll get going right at 5:15. Good night.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.